Alright, we should be live. Hello, everyone. We're gonna jump right into TaToH versus Andy. Let's see, they probably started. I'm slightly late today. Yep, they are in game, so I think we'll just get right to it. Failed to start observing unknown error. Thanks, DE. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong patch. That's why. I have a special, tournament patch. I'm on game versions default. Right. So gonna hop right in. Ethiopians and Sicilians. Sicilians is the first pick. Towers must be really something else now. I mean, I've seen Yasama towers dominate, but Donjons in the late game for Sicilians feels crazy. Alright, I think they're probably a few minutes into the game, so I'm just gonna start from the beginning. We'll do it like 2x speed. And here we go. We'll have captains on the side next to each other. This is Team Andy versus Team TaToH. Boom. Alright, so Andy versus TaToH will be against each other. Hello, only positive vibes. Let me just double check that the YouTube is actually live. Sometimes I gotta click an extra button there. I think we're good though. And the captains on the flank will be having a boar steal from Andy to get things started. Alright, good, we are live. Hello, YouTube. And he can grab a fourth on the way back if he wants to. Is the meaning of doubt fans? We're all doubt fans, right? And the boar lure will be successful. Down on the other side, Mullah and Moray will be fighting. And looks like Moray is going to get up a wall pretty easily. So nothing too fancy down there. Andy will double palisade forward while walling at a bear. And there'll be one more area for them to wall up. No pawns this map. Vodka here, Andy's pocket. Metu on the other side, pocket for Mala. So Persian pocket, but no pawn for them, unfortunately. On TaToH's side, we'll have Judes as the Franks. TaToH has 4 players today, so no Memb substitution, unfortunately. Dragonstar is the other pocket, and then Moray as the other flank. And Andy will finish walling himself up. So things look all nice and walled up here. So let me actually get this. This is a play all 3. Scoreboard set up correctly. As the vills start going down, 1 vill lost for Andy. He does have Loom. TaToH's going to do a barracks, and he's going to try to be aggressive here in the feudal age. 18 min, let's go. I'm only slightly late today. Only slightly late. I had to run to the grocery store earlier. There's some road construction I didn't account for, and it took like 15 extra minutes. Cut it a bit too close. Hello, race car driver. And, oh, thank you, John, for the follow. So, there are no sneaks or anything, so I think we can probably just speed up while players boom and get to the feudal age. Yeah, TaToH will do some men-at-arms. And go forward for the tower rush. So he's going to try to push Andy. Andy doubtlessly expecting that. Yeah, very nice shape for the berries in the middle. But now TaToH with 4 men-at-arms. He's the Viking, so they have extra HP. We'll try to break through, and he'll get through the Dark Age house rather quickly. Andy not feudal yet. He needs feudal so the extra houses and wall, so the houses and walls get more HP. And he will still have a stone protected, and he'll stone wall behind this to be extra safe. And wouldn't be surprised to see him do a tower over here. I think he would need one, but actually he doesn't have stone. How does he not have Wait. How does Andy not have... Oh, there's the tower. I was expecting the tower a bit more defending the stone, but I guess defending the berries is fine too. This maybe covers a bigger area at the front of his base. On the other side, we will have some men-at-arms pushing also from Moray. He'll get forward and do a stone wall behind this. Mala will stonewall everything. The men-at-arms in the tower did get in, though, to the back of his base. There'll be a gate there. And the men-at-arms will get through. Great job by Jude's holding that house so the quick wall couldn't go up. Standing atop it with the scout. And the villain, everything runs back to the TC. RF hype. Well, honestly, these RF games have been amazing. Alright, I need to drink some water while casting. These men-at-arms try to break through the gate. And so far, Andy managing to hold. That tower will be protected almost. Not quite. I was going to say protected by the TC. Still kind of awkward. And Andy deletes a house to fight. We'll be able to get one Vill attacking the tower, but he's going to have to be careful managing the Vill HP as he tries to break through that house. He'll run away, though. Towers can't hit fleeing Vills in DE. As another Vill goes down. And this house does look like it's up, though. Andy's going to pull his Vills back. The men-at-arms still not in. But this is open now since Andy deleted the house where TaToH to want to run in. Andy might need to do 2 walls by that Vill, and yes, TaToH's going to surround the Vill. Andy responding with a quick house, but the house will go down to the men-at-arms. And there's a little sliver where the men-at-arms could stand that's not covered by the TC, and they do get through. Vodka trying to protect Andy with his scout. 3 men-at-arms still are there at the base of the tower, also covered by TaToH's own tower. Oh man, there are so many circles. Too many circles for my mind, I gotta turn that off. As the men-at-arms go down, TC shoots one. And with the men-at-arms down, maybe that was a bit too tempting for TaToH to run in. But they go down. Now Andy can try to rush the tower. He can also hit the repair Vills with his tower. So over here, we still have the men-at-arms, and now Moray is going to try to wall off Mala and keep him away from Metu. Metu, who is just going to boom. 1, 2, 3 TC boom as the Persians. Now, if Dragonstar goes aggressive, I don't see a Workshop. I just see a Scout going forward. So 1, 2, 3 TCs, 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs even for DS Dragonstar. For Dr. Agonstar, as people call him. Was that a bit sus? Some stack patrolling? There was a stack patrol. It's not something that was major that I've managed to see. You can, like, with 4 men-at-arms, you can attack a palisade. If you have 5 or 6, you can stack patrol them to all attack 1 palisade, but that's not allowed. I think that'd be a clear, like, you have to delete the men-at-arms if you do that violation. Like here, if you had like 7 or 8 men-at-arms, you could stack them all up on 1 house. Let me pull out the water pitcher. Grab some water. I need to get a new water bottle soon. This one's all beat up and old. There we go. Water's good. It's a defensive tower here from Mala. But these men-at-arms still want to break through. Don't think they'll be able to do too much damage to the pocket, honestly. I mean, it's mid-castle age. There's a monastery. They're booming. Not sure what Moray's hoping to accomplish there. But we'll follow up the pressure from TaToH with a Mangonel push from Jude's. And Jude's here doesn't look like he's adding TCs to boom. He just wants to pressure Andy. We'll have Vodka going for a defensive workshop in a monastery. Might not be in time, though, because he added his 3 TCs right at the start. And with this aggression, now the Frankish Knights will come pouring into Andy's base. Andy's still feudal, and he can't do much but stone wall and hope that the monks from Vodka will be sufficient. Those walls have to go up in time, too. And now the Mangonels will be pressuring the TC. Scout won't deal with that, and Andy's going to do what he can to wall off Vodka's Mangonel so he has more room to micro it without the Knights getting in, but the Knights do get in. And I think he has to wall that Mangonel so it's safe. And will he get the wall in time, trying to park the Mangonel in the garage? And he does. Just manages to get it safe. And the Mangonels here will keep attacking the TC with more Mangonels being added from Jude's. Andy's TC will go down. Feudal Age. TCs do not like defending against Mangonels. And there's Vodka's defense. The Knights did hoover around. and they will hit the mangonel from behind. Meanwhile, we will have a stable from Moray, but that won't go up in time, as we'll have monks and a scorpion from Metu. Feels like, despite the walling, this side may be a bit successful in defending. This is stone walled for now, but we can get some more siege from Metu. Ideally, though, Dragonstar doesn't have to commit anything. He can just boom. As Metu will continue booming as the Persians, and we'll still have a great economy. If you're against the Dravidians, I'm hoping that we see more elephants. Just Persians can show their elephants are better. We haven't seen more elephants in RF yet, but one day I hope. So Andy, well, his TC isn't down yet. Converted Knights. Oh, wait, don't send Vills, Andy. Don't send Vills. Never fight. No, don't do this. Don't do this. You'll lose them all. Okay, hasn't actually lost them yet. I think that Jews is maybe missing a couple of mangonel shots there. But now this is the downside of going for a mangonel push. When one of your knights gets converted, it picks off all your mangonels. Oh, but Andy's got some weak fills on the gold. Weak fills on the gold. Here comes Jude's. Andy's got a lot to pay attention to. Can the mangonel hit the Vills? It gets one. Can it get another attack round? Almost, but it has to run away. More monks out for vodka. And Andy's still feudal, but he's surviving. And yeah, what's TaToH doing? He's up to the castle age. He's mining stone. He's the Vikings, so he can drop a castle. Harder to drop the castle, though, now that this has been rewalled. The knights can't get in. The monks will push this back. And instead of maybe a castle on the TC, he'll have to settle for a castle maybe back here. But that's even risky because of the mangonel. So meanwhile, Ram and Scorpion still trying to break through here. As Moray is continuing to pressure Mala. Mala does manage to click up to the castle age, though. Moray should pull ahead in Vills as he's now adding 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs. I'll have another TC here from TaToH. TaToH's trading in the castle age? What? Well, I guess he was like, I got extra resources. I'm on my way up from feudal to castle. I'll spend them on a trade cart. Huh. Well, Andy's up to the castle age too. He'll be the final player to go up, but he is still alive. And TaToH now moved off of the stone. He's gonna go for a university. Maybe he'll just boom here. He will have the free wheelbarrow and handcart. Won't have free caravan. I guess that's a bonus that no civ has yet. Free caravan. Portuguese had free Carto all those years ago. And Andy's just gonna try to micro the Vills against the mangonels. And Jude's being careful to turn back. Jude's will carry, I believe. Turs believes, and if Turs believes, Turs is a wise man. So we'll have a black bear chasing some Vills here. They do have Loom. So Dragonstar, he's not going to continue the push on Bala. He's going to come up here to the north, and he will try to push Andy and Vodka. So this looks like this side, despite all the aggression, will be the fat slob both players go for 5 or 6 layers of walls side. And there is, it's a Vill. I thought that was Imp for a second. Maybe he'd go fast Imp, but you'll have Imp also from Metu, Imp from Dragonstar. And the Persian player probably going to open with Savars. But where will the stables be? That's the question. Will they be to the north or to the southwest? As here we have the castle and the workshops for Dragonstar. I guess he needs to decide if he's going to onager cut or just go for elephant archers. But he has the scout there. He's trying to see if there's any extra walling behind this passageway. Could also just go elephant ram and try to push through. But I think the onager upgrade while you're doing other stuff probably makes sense. Is 119 Vills, Metu 114. And both pockets are going to get involved now as we have this lovely, lovely Viking guard tower. The most beautiful building in the game, this guard tower. The Vikings and the Teutons. Do the Huns get guard tower? They might not get it. But it's their architecture set. The Goths, they probably don't get guard tower. So many weak Vills for Andy. He's doing wheelbarrow at his main TC. We have Vodka trying to do a castle, but the mangonel push is there. And at the very least, it's going to be sending some pikemen underneath the towers. It's 3 guard towers. It's like a campaign challenge. Fight 3 guard towers. As the knights start coming forward. And the ram will go for the tower. Maybe the knight can destroy the ram, but I think this will get pushed back, and then TaToH's going to lose a few vills here. This castle going to try to break through the gate here. So Mala, as the Vietnamese, can go for Rattan archers. Andy is the Wu on the other side. I feel like they can struggle against Vikings. Don't know about fire archers, but yeah, here's the Onager upgrade and the cut from Dragonstar. And he's going to go Halb Onager, so not going to open straight for Elephant Archer. Going to go Halb, anticipating the knight play, Savar play from the Persian pocket. Persian player could then go hand cannoneers. But then the Onagers kind of cover that weakness. And we'll have First Crusade from Vodka. So First Crusade, instant 35 sergeants to try to deal with the Halbs here. A few knights just trying to destroy mangonels where they can. Mangonels go down. Yeah, Dragonstar now going to the other side for a castle. Dragonstar and Metu both having crazy booms. And there it is. There's First Crusade. You can hear the screams of the sergeants, I guess. The cheers of the sergeants? I don't know what that is. I guess they're cheering. They're coming out of the 5 TCs. And now we have all the sergeants for Vodka. They're going to come forward, and they're going to help defend this. We'll have a castle going up, and those Halbs will be trapped between 2 castles and a bunch of sergeants. But there's no ballistics for them, so the castles can't hit the sergeants. And sergeants coming forward. Maybe fight the Halbs. Sergeants. They're in position. And Halb's going down. As the Treb goes for the stable. And the sergeants here, a nice option. A very nice option against the Halbs from Dragonstar. And Vodka, along with Metu, has a nice boom. Much higher than Jude's, who was trying to attack Andy. And it felt like they had gotten so close to utterly destroying Andy. They almost destroyed his TC, but that one converted knight picking off the mangonels was clutch. And there's Savar. Dragonstar getting pushed back a bit by the sergeants. And does maybe need to do, he's gonna do his own longswordsman. Alright, Dravidian longswordsman should be good. He does have Woot Steel, so they'll ignore the high armor of the sergeants. That should be really good against the sergeants, actually. On the other side, there are the markets going up for Vodka, as we'll have some bombard cannon forward from Metu, assisting with this push. But so far, it's mostly been Mala just castle dropping Moray, and Moray is going to construct an entire network of walls to keep himself safe, and more importantly, to keep the trade safe, as TaToH teams adding in their own markets in the trade. But the main push here happening with Dragonstar, as he's starting to regain some momentums with those two-handed swordsmen soon to be champions. And there he goes, pushing now into hand cannoneers. Feels like he needs to play for donjons. And he could do that with the sergeants. Right now, he's going to need more help from Metu to be able to do that. Score's flipping back and forth like crazy. Andy's still going to struggle, I think, to hold here. Vodka has a Treb. Remember, the Wu won't have Trebs. They only get traction Trebs. As TaToH's up to Imp, and he's about to go Arb. Vikings do have good siege rams. They do have siege engineers for the rams. So actually a ram push here could actually be nice, I think. If Andy would be focusing mostly on the fire archers. See what he goes for, as we're going to get coinage from TaToH. He's going to think about slinging. That's another thing. Vikings could just sling if they don't have a good late game composition. I think right now he should be pushing Andy. These hand cannoneers will be peppering the cavaliers with bullets. Jude's not quite able to afford paladin yet. Kind of low on bills for the paladin pocket right now as he's starting to add in trade. Still feeling the effects of that early pressure instead of booming. As now the bombard cannon pushed through the fortified walls. And don't make all your own champions. A little bit of friendly fire there. Let's see, I think we're still not quite at real time. So we can speed this up a bit. See a few nice onager shots in fast motion. As we kind of stalled out here, they're just kind of waiting. I'm waiting for a good onager shot. Can you get the Savars or the hand cannoneers? Okay, he's getting there. Siege engineers for TaToH, so yeah, it does feel like he's going to go for the ram push then. Or maybe just Trebs. Well, it's go for him. He's actually going to come back here. Interesting. I was thinking he just rams right here, and there wouldn't be much stopping it. I mean, there's one mangonel for vodka. But I guess he wants to go Arbs and not Berserks, so maybe that makes more sense if he's not going to do the ram push with Arbs. So down here, will we ever have army from Mora, or is he just walling? Yes, we do have a few cannon from Walla, slowly but surely pushing here. Mora doing siege engineers, doing elephants now. Maybe he's thinking he'll go for an elephant push with bombard cannon and just suddenly try to overwhelm these defenses if Mala isn't expecting it. So Savar is still wanting to push through, as we have a 3v3 here in the north. All the Halbs will move to engage. And the traction trip's now coming from Andy. TaToH here with Arbs. But Arbs can struggle a bit against the Savars. The extra bonus attack they have against Arbs is nice. But that's where the Halbs come in. And now, I'm still feeling that Berserks would have been nice for TaToH. I mean, the Arbs can pick off hand cannoneers, and I guess the team does need a ranged unit. Maybe if Dragonstar can get back more to champions. I don't know what unit composition is going to win this, but we do get siege onagers now from Dragonstar. Sicilians can do their own better siege onagers and siege engineers. And traction trebs can help pick off the siege onagers too. And right now, Dragonstar is struggling to use them, I think. Particularly with the lack of siege engineers. But, oh, the army numbers as a whole are better. I think Judes has to use the Cavaliers and go now. Has a lot of Halbs. If he's not fighting the siege, then Dragonstar is just going to lose the siege over time. On the other side, TaToH going for a treb push. He has a gate in the wall, yeah, so he can treb push this and then run through with whatever he wants. He has his own castle. Doing hoardings for HP for the castles. Finally, we have Paladin for the Frank player. And now Judes will rush forward with his Paladins. And TaToH has Vikings trying to carry on the flank. Traction trebs are somewhat trapped. Onager shot on the fire archers of Andy. They all go down. And I think things are going to collapse now for Andy, desperately trying to repair that castle. The onagers keep chopping through the forest. Nadja here with more Halbs, trying to push. On the other side, we have an elephant push prepared for Moray. Cannon and elephant. He might need a couple of siege elephants. If the Burmese get them, they might just get rams. But a couple of somethings to push into the fortified walls in the castle. He's content to micro against the castle with his bombard cannon. Getting lots of X's all over the place for trade. As trebs keep taking down this castle. Faction treb hit. And that's a lot of repairs from Andy. Well, he also has to micro here against the siege onagers. Here comes a fresh wave of paladins. The Halb numbers are starting to thin for vodka. Andy now repairing 2 castles. He's got 30 vills between the 2 repairing, and he's losing them now to the siege onagers. That's enough siege onagers. Dragonstar can just start attacking the castle with the siege onagers. Andy desperate to repair. He's, I think, running out of stone. He's out of stone. And the castle crumbles in front of his TC as the paladins now have free reign to run through. And this is where the trade is running to. The trade is going to be cut off, and the trade will now need to be moved and be short. And need some more caravanserais in that area from the Persians. On the other side, it does feel like, what is that? There's a bombard tower. Bombard tower being researched by Mala. As he has been pushed, he lost that forward castle. And now Mora is cutting. Mora is cutting. And he's going to be almost through. One more cut. And there he is through. Destroy the market, destroy some houses. He will be walled off. That does give him another avenue for pushing forward. And here come the Berserks from TaToH against the Traction Trebs. And Andy's going to lose yet another castle here. Keeps running out of stone. And as one more volley comes in, this probably does it. And down it goes. That opens up the entire base for raids. Andy now 82 vills, and that will drop quickly as his TCs are demolished. And we'll have a forward castle from Dragonstar as the GGs now come in for Team Andy. And TaToH will take game number 1. Man, that was, honestly, I thought that Vodka, he had a much bigger boom than Jude's, and I thought that the Sergeants were going to be enough to carry. But he and Metu together couldn't quite push fast enough. And by that time, TaToH ended up getting back into the game. You don't always see that. The Vikings ending up carrying. But that worked out for him. Let's see, that's TaToH taking a win. And let's check off the civs. That was Dravidians, Franks, Vikings, and what was the last one? It was Burmese, right? Yeah, against Persians. Oh, those were some top civs. Persians, Sicilians, Vietnamese, and Wu. Those were a lot of good civ picks from Andy's team. Vodka saying, observe this. Alright, and they are right into game number 2, now that we're caught up. Vikings never carry, TaToH just did. They got wheelbarrow and handcart to help them carry. Alright, hold on, let me first just get... Okay, they're different colors now. TaToH's gray. So we'll have TaToH on the flank against Andy again. And on the other side, Mori is the Italians against Mala. So same matchups there, but they're swapping the pockets a bit. So everyone will be walling up here. We'll have Mala getting the walls up. Mori right behind him. And on the other side, we'll have one more passageway for TaToH to try to wall, but this will be against Vodka now. And we'll watch what Vodka does as the pocket trying to wall. And he's going to try to push down as we are at live time now. Wonderful. Against TaToH here. And Red start. So Red, 1, 2, 3 golds forward. And Mala, I think, is going to have to get Tower Rush. We'll have to go Men-at-Arms Towers. And he did get a decent set of walls up at least. These aren't as far forward as he'd like. Yeah, Mori won that first fight there. But this is going to be immediate pressure. And I think both sides here end up going very aggressive. In terms of pawns, it's 2 pawns per team. But the pawn setup is definitely better for TaToH's team. Both will be over here by a Dragonstar. So Judes can send some vills and dock right away. They'll have Metu taking 1 pond here. But the pond in the corner by the flank will not be very accessible to them. And Vodka doesn't look like he's going to walk all the way over there. Could have been an option for Metu to walk and dock that pond, and Vodka to take Metu's pond. But not quite going to be the case. Looks like there are 6 boars that Vodka could take here, but he'll need to win the Vil fight first. And we'll have an X somewhere down here. Up Andy's boars. Oh, Andy. Is he going to take all 6? So those might be Vodka's boars. Vodka could take a lot of extra boars. Andy will grab these, and with the barracks start adding men-at-arms, and with the boars should be able to afford more, and then do the men-at-arms upgrade and delay farms for quite a while. So some Xing here. There are still boars. Vodka, I mean, he still has 2 groups of boars there. And these vills are walking up and down the passage. We'll have some more walls here from Vodka. Palisades keep coming up. And the vills here from TaToH will push. And now 7 versus 7, but Metu has a scout, and that's a decent HP scout. TaToH will try to wall and keep his vill alive. Vodka could delete a tile. The Vodka will need to win a fight or push through walls now to finish, and he will lose vills. So much better vill fight for TaToH there. Metu's Xing. Can't quite get to that vill, though. He's saying, Vodka, delete, I'll kill the vill. And TaToH, ooh, didn't quite get the wall up. He wanted to be on this side and wall the vill. Almost got it. Maybe Metu could have moved the scout a bit better there, but gets the vill anyway. And also green, Jude's did not wall this up. Instead, he just walled this. Well, I guess he kind of needs to wall both. This is an awkward passageway for him. So we'll have Arson, Double Bit Axe, Man-at-Arms, and Feudal Age. So Andy going very aggressive. Mala up to Feudal. We'll have Moray up to Feudal. TaToH in the Dark Age is not up yet. He can add in several layers of walls, but that's not going to keep Men-at-Arms out forever. And with the tower, he can't wall behind, so he's going to have to wall to his TC. And speaking of forward golds, TaToH has 3 forward golds and a forward stone. Where's his main stone? Up there. Okay, at least his stone is safe. This is an awful map for TaToH to have to defend. Andy up with the Men-at-Arms. And these walls will all go up. As we'll have a few Men-at-Arms pushing in through that palisade wall. And things slow down as things are X'd, and TaToH tries to get back. This does not look like a good start for TaToH. Feels like he's getting very heavily pressured. And losing both in 2 wall-off war attempts. He spent so much time fighting Vodka that it gave him a later Feudal Age and gave Andy the option to go through with Men-at-Arms and break through the walls even. He can get a vill, as he doesn't have to run through the TC. He can just take out another palisade and the archers are through. And, I mean, could even threaten the fishing ships soon. Now, Vodka's still Dark Age, and maybe a bit awkward that the pocket's in the Dark Age for Andy's team. But Andy's going to try to wall off TaToH. Oh my gosh, is TaToH going to be playing the Mem role and getting defeated this game? Does Doubt? Yes, Doubt does have a team. Casted a few sets of Doubt so far. We're still in the open scheduling period, which will be most of the tournament. So teams will schedule during the week as they're available. And civils have to pull back from the walls. And we'll have a wolf fight down here as Vodka may be thinking of lowering the boars, but might need the higher HP Vil to do it now. Well, what's he going to do down here? He's still Dark Age. He can't do anything but lure them. You don't need 2 Vils for that, though. And, I mean, these Vils from TaToH are struggling to fight Andy. Andy's going to go for the double stone wall. And Andy, he doesn't even need to fight. He's happy just to keep the Vils chasing. He's got more archers on the way. He's going to group up with them. He can break through again. Oh, and TaToH is struggling here big time. How many Doubt castles has Doubt's team produced? Yes. Orville's hopping into the TC. Yeah, on the other side, we also have some towers going on, but no one really breaking through the walls. Just a bit of a tower fight. And here we'll have an X from Vodka, who Vodka still is Dark Age too, but he's at least up to Feudal. The triple stone wall from Andy, and they are going to go all in and try to defeat TaToH. They're not going to let TaToH run, not going to let him escape. Vodka really needs to get a boom going, though. He'll have some fishing ships in the lake from Mala. And Dragonstar with a fish boom, I think, is going to be, honestly, in a good position to 1v2 this side if he has to. Coming forward for a workshop now. More TCs added in now from the other two pockets. And Jude's here along with Metu. Both of them have fish booms. The way can be played as a cav pocket. Roman's not the smoothest pocket to play either, I think. They can go Cavaliers. They can go Halb. They can go Scorpions. But no Bombard Cannon or really Siege Onager option for them. They're just going to go for the Scorpions. One of these is the Roman Icons green. That one, yeah, no Onager. Ram Scorpion still can be nice with Halbs. I guess Legionaries are also an option, but you're probably looking to go Halb against the Way pocket. And now Dragonstar trying to break through the 4 layers of stone wall that Andy has constructed. He is the Chinese, so he could get to the Castle Age, do a castle, then research Great Wall and Fortified Wall, and have really strong walls. But I think the Ram gets through. He's going for a 5th layer now. Mangonel coming forward for Dragonstar. See if the Mangonel can get forward enough to stop this. Andy's missing a tile on the side. TaToH wants a tower. That's just a dream. He wants a tower closer to the TC. All of his vills are weak. Literally all of them. And they're going to start being taken even weaker by the archers. If he loses that TC, he is completely dead. And even going for a tower rush. Vodka up to the Castle Age. Centurions, they're stronger than Cavaliers, but they take longer. You need a lot of castles for them. So Workshop on the other side, as Metu will try to push. And looks like Jude so far just is booming, not going for his own Workshop. So Vodka doing some stone walls of his own, worrying about maybe Dragonstar could break through. TaToH has a couple of vills over here Vodka's Xing. He's like, yep, he has these extra vills outside, don't let them survive. As Dragonstar almost through with his Ram, so good choice to go for the Ram to get through the walls. Andy's still in the back, has a few archers and an outpost. And Andy will pick those vills, forward Workshop from Vodka. And as Andy is forward as the Chinese, he is going to be dropping the castle forward, right on TaToH's face. We'll cover the TC. And TaToH, he is at least able to run. 4, almost 5 layers of stone wall in the Feudal Age, not enough to stop a Ram. And with the Mangonel, Dragonstar could think of trying to push the castle and stop it. Dragonstar's got the Ram, the Mangonel, the Scorpion, the menagerie of siege weapons. And Andy does pay attention, will move the archers, so no shot in from the Mangonel. He took a risk, lost the Mangonel, but in the presence of a castle, he maybe feels the Mangonel wouldn't be too useful anyway. And on the other side, the Mangonels will push this watchtower from Moray. He is in the Castle Age at least, so it has more HP. As Mullah still is feudal. Mangonels will take down the tower. Down it goes. And now poor TaToH. At least he won't be defeated. He did manage to run. And he's going to try to get in under that tower out of the wood line. And a rocket cart from Vodka has to be careful not to Mangonel the archers. Vodka saying, danger close, don't let me Mangonel you. Oh, wait, what? He just went for it. For fun, I guess. Well, was that a misclick on the palisade? What was that? Vodka, you just Mangonelled Andy's archers. Andy keeps just breaking houses with men-at-arms. He's being very aggressive. And now I was a bit worried over here for Moray that his pocket wasn't helping. But honestly, Moray is stone-walled enough. It looks like Juice has managed to boom. Yeah, that misclick did look slightly intentional, right? Especially after the flare. It's like, I'm gonna get you anyway. Yeah, as a professional observer, Vodka wanted to create some content. Rocket Cart's taking down the TC. Chicanu's looking forward and hit some vills. And this tower will go down. And now TaToH, does he have any vills left in his own base? Only the 5 hidden inside that tower. And Monks and Mangonel Somero, as Mala wants to do a castle. Now he does have a couple layers of stone walls in front, so this is probably fine. But a bit risky being so close to the push. The range went down earlier. I think that was researching crossbow, and Mori just didn't get it. But he's up to Imp as the Italians. Lots of players on TaToH's team. Everyone but TaToH up to Imp. TaToH's still struggling in feudal. You were gonna say this was the powerful side? Well, I think that Dragonstar is doing just fine. He has 102 vills. Vodka only at 6'7", 6'9". Andy at 59. And Andy's he's got a wall again. Now, as I said, Great Wall plus Fortified Wall. Keep Dragonstar out. And hello, Ducks. I actually have a YouTube video I need to edit about, of all things, the number 69. It's gonna be a programming map scripting video. The number 69 is actually crucial to getting Coast Arena to work with the diagonal gates. I got a fly buzzing around my head now. Too old for the 6'7". Well, he's at 7'8" now. So Rams now from Jude. So yeah, Roman Rams. And what is he going to put inside of them? Pikemen. And again, against the way pocket, you're expecting Cav. So we'll have more vills coming forward from Metu. Need any British voice lines? Ooh. If I ever do custom scenarios for Shakespeare's histories, and we do Henry IV, Henry V, we can get some British voice lines. We'll need some French voice lines too. So conversion on a villager as the vills take down the ram. Favorite Age of Empires? Age of Empires 2. That's what this one is. So Mangonel behind the walls going for the Rams. Rams consistently getting hit. Scout goes down, Mangonel keeps pushing. Ram goes down as Monks want a conversion on this Mangonel, but the Mangonel gets a nice hit. Sanctity's in though, so the Monks will survive and heal each other. And the Ram push is real. The converted Mangonel, it really hurts in terms of protecting the walls. But fortified wall now, so with more Mangonels behind, this should hold. Andy's gonna wall the entire forest and hope that if Dragonstar tries to cut, he won't be able to. TaToH gonna get a market up. He'll use the market for trade while he's rebooming. If his teammates can sling him, he'll have more resources than he can spend. And so getting the markets lets him get the trade added in. Now TaToH's team really needs to get TaToH back into the game, but even on this flank, Mala has 78 vills. Mori has but 49. And now the Trebs pushing the castle still. Your favorite age is Dark Age? Look at Fringe. They'll keep adding civs until every single player in a campaign is its own civ. Maybe William Wallace is safe from that. Chuko News now pushing forward for Andy. Chuko News, how did Andy get Chuko News on the opposite flank? Well, whatever they are, they'll be useful against the Rams, but maybe not useful enough, as Jews is pushing through. And Metu is the way I think was actually going to struggle here. Those are Condottieri now. Roman Condottieri. Did they get any type of bonus? I guess they get the extra blacksmith upgrade. The double blacksmith upgrades. Not really as important in Imp, though, when you would have had the final armor. Splitting them into Celts and Scots. And here's the Onager cut. Here's the Onager cut Andy was worried about. Vodka now at 102 Vils. He's Imp. He's doing heavy rocket cart. He's the Khitans. Ethiopians, I feel, should be a better pocket sieve than the Khitans. Traction trebs go for the enemy trebs from Judes. And there's a treb down, but the ram push on this castle looks like this castle's gonna fall. And this Roman push is being insane. The rocket carts now, Vodka's trying to help this side, but they're relying on Andy to wall. He's only gonna be able to wall for so long as Dragonstar pushes forward now. Andy's at 102 Vils. But he's still in the Castle Age, and I don't think he's gonna be able to fight an Imperial Age Ethiopians player. Especially with the bombard cannon now, and we will have no torsion engines yet. We'll have siege engineers. Traction trebs going to hit the halbs as the ram push continues from Judes. Feudal at 34 minutes. And he's up to the castle age. He just clicked. He'll be castled before 40 minutes. It's fine. Now we're going to have the elite Tiger Cav, but still against the Roman Halbs. This is where the Chuko News are important, but if Andy's pushed, then he might not have that many Chuko News left. And they still just castle age Chuko News. There's siege engineers from Vodka, guard tower, stone shaft mining, everything from Andy. He has Imperial Age in his bottom TC, so that should be safe for the moment. And just like last game, Andy is going to be in desperation mode repairing castles. This time he has to make sure he has enough stone, as the castle, the only thing that's going to slow down this push. Vodka can try to dance a bit with the heavy rocket cars, but that's a lot of Ethiopian bombard cannon. I should be able to push them back. And still looking for torsion engines. That is in now. Extra splash damage. Those are deadly bombard cannon. Yeah. I think that fly just flew into my mouth, so that was awkward. Anyway. Ooh, that rocket car just misses. Yeah, free protein, indeed. Oh, well, I was annoyed at it flying around. At least it won't be flying around anymore. An X down there from Metu. All these cannon now. That is a lot of torsion engine bombard cannon. That's 8 cannon. And this side's still pushing the Tiger Cav, trying to protect the traction trebs. Honestly, that's now 10 traction trebs. And it's all down to Judes to get a push here. Mori needs to reboom now. He's on 84 Vils. The Italians don't need the most Vils. Wait, TaToH. Oh, those Vils from the tower. TaToH's still down here somehow. TaToH's still down here. He's managed to wall himself in. Eventually, he'll be helpful again. Let's look at his reboom, though. 57 population, or 57 eco population. He's rebooming with the trade carts, as his team doubtlessly needs to sling him. The cannon will go for the town center. Heavy rocket cart pushes back. Pretty much the same as the Castle Age Mangonel, but much more range. And Junlei comfortable, thank you very much for the follow. And the Tiger Cav, they're kind of stalling this push now, because the Tiger Cav probably the stronger overall army, but they don't want to waste against the Halbs. And Templar strongest, thank you for the follow. The Italians here, if they get to Genoese crossbowmen, will be nice, but they need to get there. And right now, they're just doing a castle. Feels like they really need to focus this team on getting Genoese crossbowmen for Moray. and then get TaToH back into the game. It feels so awkward that Andy's team is just managing to hold essentially 4v3 right now, and it's honestly kind of 4v2. But at some point, TaToH is going to get back. At some point, TaToH will be back into the game. And I'm kind of worried now. Part of me thinks that Mala needs to delete all these walls right now, and they just need to rush and push right here. I think that maybe they're being a bit too careful with the Tiger Cav. When Metu has such a huge eco, he needs to maybe be fighting, and yeah, he's losing units, but he needs to spend his resources. If they're not spending resources, then Judes can sling TaToH. Yeah, Chinese and Khitans don't really have a good counter to the siege. Is this castle now in danger from the traction trebs? Yeah, most of the halves are cleared. And as long as reinforcements are on the way for Metu, he'll be able to push now with the Tiger Cav. Let's see, there's another onager we can get. But it feels like he's just not reinforcing. Maybe that's just how Tiger Cav work, though. You don't get reinforcements from the castles fast enough. Yeah, that's going to slow the push down. That castle just barely surviving. But the bombard cannon now are out for Moray. And I think the bombard cannon can stall out the traction trebs. No siege engineers, but the cannon themselves are cheap for the Italians. And we just have more torsion engines continuing to push on the right. And what do the Chinese even do against this? What do the Khitans do against it? I guess Khitans can just spam Hussars. That's about it, as well as some ranges forward for Dragonstar. Ethiopians can be a very nasty pocket in the right combination. And the Hussars are going to jump the bombard cannon. Arbs will try to pick off Hussars, but quite a few cannon will go down anyway. And now some Hussars from the other side. And Vodka needs to have Hussars everywhere, as his team still has the score lead. But now Cavalier is in for TaToH. He's got 99 vills. He is Imp. We'll have Elite Genoese crossbowmen for Moray. As this castle goes up, protecting the trade. I mean, what do the Wei even have against the Ethiopians? Or the Poles? I feel like every single civ on this team doesn't have an answer to the Ethiopians. They have trade, why not Fire Lancer, Ethiopian Arbs? I'll mow down the Fire Lancers. Hello, Lingxander. Rocket carts getting pushed back as Trebs go for the castle. And here comes some Tiger Cav. Here comes some Tiger Cav. Skirm is the best unit in the game. They died to the torsion engines, though. And the Tiger Cav are the hope that there aren't too many halbs out. The barracks are here, though, and Dragonstar quickly will amass some halbs. And TaToH in with the Cavaliers just in time, maybe to help fight the Tiger Cav. How good of a fight here can Metu take? He's not focusing on the Trebuchet. Rocket carts will do that, and that'll let the castle go down. Maybe he needed to focus the Trebs earlier. But was just fighting the army, and most of the Tiger Cav now are down to the halbs. TaToH is in the game with Cavaliers. TaToH now 140 vills. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 TCs at least, and some trade. So TaToH's now, he is contributing. He's the Malian, so he can go for Rimba Cavaliers. 12 plus 6 just needs the final blacksmith upgrade for them. Yeah, Dr. Agenstar, he was picked fairly low in terms of the draft, if I recall. But I think TaToH did well to have him on his team. Genoese crossbowmen forward have to get pushed back. And this is... I think the unit composition is going to be much better for TaToH's team. This is crazy. TaToH was completely dead. Moray was on 49 vills? And yet the two pockets were so boomed, they could essentially 1v2 each side. The Wei pocket for Metu were not strong enough. I mean, the more I watch Rage Force, the more I think that the Wei pocket is just awful. The Tiger Cav are too weak in Imp. They're an insane unit in the Castle Age, but in Imp, they just fall off so hard. And if you're against a good Halb Civ, like we saw here, they can't push. Monitor's taking out some more vills. And some traction trebs to deal with scorpions. Oh my god, that's 17 traction trebs. That's a lot of traction trebs. But now TaToH can raid. Andy in desperation mode doing some defensive castles. He's not even going to get that one finished. As the Halves and Cavaliers storm through the economy and the trebs take down the TCs. On the other side, we'll have light cav attacking trade carts. Lots of Xing here in the middle from Vodka. The Genoese crossbowmen go down. Lots of treb shots coming in to hit the Halbs. Bard cannon come forward. Bard cannon forcing the cav archers back. Onagers are down. The traction trebs are kind of holding this side. Poles going cav archers. We've seen Poles go cav archers, and it seems to be maybe their best late game unit on the Rage Forest. Even though they miss some upgrades, it's Parthian and it's armor, it's the defensive upgrades. In terms of their DPS, they're fully upgraded. We have some Farimba camels now for TaToH, seeing that the Tiger Cav from the Way Pocket are coming on this side. How they're weak. Yeah, it's not really a complaint, it's just a note, right? That they're super strong in the Castle Age, they fall off an imp. I think it's a good thing that sometimes units are designed that way. So I still think it's insane that they buffed Elite Conquistadors. Yeah, a couple of good siege onager shots on those traction trebs would be a sight to behold. But they need the Ethiopians this side, Romans just have onager. There's one onager shot. Not too much, though. And now there are enough cannon here. I think they can push the traction trebs. It's so tricky to push this side. It's going for the TC. The TC is filled with skirms. Halbs there are able to get a good fight on cav archers. Skirms there to pick off the cannon if they can, or just to run forward. Oh, another castle from Moray. It's Andy and Vodka trying to hold now, but Vodka going to lose another castle. That'll crumble down. As the trebs take down the lumber camp. It's a big mess of arbalests for Dragonstar. The trebs go for the castle. Arabs come forward. And go for the barracks. This side is crumbling. The other side is crumbling. Mullah down to another castle getting hit. It's actually Metu's castle. Vodka's got a castle over here too. But no repairs. Will this castle go down? Blue still has his starting scout? Yes, he does. I guess. Yeah, 3 HP. Well, this castle is going to go down. There's some trade running through here, and then also a fish boom that could be stopped. The pole player even one who fish boomed. Arabs on the other side for Dragonstar as Andy's castle is going to fall. I know Andy's team seems to be one that doesn't like saying GG too early. I like to hold. Camels and Cavaliers now getting through as that castle goes down. So Fire Lancers here from Vodka to defend. The Arabs will be trying as they can to take down the Fire Lancers. Our Cavaliers run forward. Pull Fish Boom. Well, Pull Fish Boom doesn't really help that much, right? They'd much rather have had a pawn for the pocket, so the pole player could use the Folvark farms. Or a pawn for everyone, but in terms of farming bonuses. It always does feel a bit wasted if it's a farming civ that has to go for the fish boom. So Mala about to lose the rest of his base. About to lose that. Andy's lost his base, and that'll push them down basically to... Actually, no, Andy lost TaToH's base. He didn't lose his base. He's losing his base now. So it went from 5 versus 3 bases now to 3.5 versus 4.5, basically. That's still a lot of Tiger Cap for Metu. A Dragon Star now is such a sick boom for carrying. Condottieri still added in for Judes. Dragon Star is actually insane. Yeah, Dragon Star is insane. He's a crazy good player. Also lots of Black Forest experience too. Remember, he did win with, what was it? It was TaToH, Dragon Star, Mihai, and Kamigawa. That event not too long ago. Whole flank? It does for the tower rush and healing bills if you're having some type of extended feudal fight. But there's a GG from Andy, and TaToH's team will go up 2-0. Well done for TaToH's team. I realize I need to turn my in-game sound off. I'm hearing double sounds and I was getting confused. I was hearing flares before they showed up in Capture Age. There we go. Did I leave? I left the game when I didn't mean to leave the game. Sorry, I didn't see the stats. The double sounds distracted me. I didn't mean to leave the game. My bad. Anyway, we saw what happened. So let's check the civs. Ethiopians, an insane pocket. Italians, Romans, and Malians. Against bottom tier civs. Poles, Khitans, Chinese, and Wei. So maybe Andy trying to load everything to win one final game. Alright, I'm going to get an ad out of the way between the games. And again, remember you can watch on YouTube where there are no ads. Oh yeah, it's true. The Wei have a hero too. I gotta remember the heroes. How can I skip the stats? Am I still in the game? I am not. As I said, I went to change the volume and I accidentally closed the game when I changed the volume. You guys don't hear it, but I do. I have OBS not picking up multiple sounds. Anyway, they get in the lobby for game number 3. And after this set, we're going to have JorDan versus Somero. They'll be late for JorDan, like at 9:30 p.m. start for him. JorDan's an early bird. I used to play in that late. Right, so next set, next game here. Can I explain why the Bulgarian pick is so early? I wish I could. I don't think they're up with the other top tiers of the pockets, but they're a Hal Boninger civ, right? A Hal Boninger civ with an option to play Cav if you want to. They're going to be a pocket civ. decent boom with the cheaper TCs. I mean, so you look at Andy's team, it's going to be Bulgarians and Kuman pockets, then Byzantine and Shu flanks. Byzantine's a good flank with a fast imp potential. Shu, at least a good Arbalest civ. Traction Trebs can go for early cuts. How many sets today? 2. This one and then JorDan Somero. JorDan Somero starts in about 45 minutes, so we should probably just be jumping right into that one after this one. And they're in the lobby all ready to go. Maybe some of the Rage Forest experts in the chat can explain more about Bulgarians. But it's a weird civ that in 1v1s you'll never see them played unless it's a map such as Morris, where you have the very aggressive shorefish that you're fighting with men-at-arms. But as a pocket civ, they have the late game tools you need for Black Forest. With the siege onagers and the discounts for the for getting to them. Maybe Krepos Rush? I guess that could be an option in some situations, like if you have a very open map and you're trying to go forward. I imagine Krepos are also nice if you're defending your flank from a push. For TaToH's team, then, I'm guessing Hindustani and Gujur pockets, then Japanese and Burgundian. I mean, Hindustani and Gujur flanks, Japanese and Burgundian pockets. The Japanese pocket, booming and going Hal plus Yasama Tower, has been incredible so far this tournament. Yasama Towers might be one of the strongest items in the game. Gujurs on the flank, usually you play them to do the mill early. You put your herdables in the mill, and then you generate food while you're Vil fighting, so you have a decent early economy for the Vil fight. Hindustanis with cheaper Vils have a good Vil fight too. And then Burgundians just boom into Paladins, can do gunpowder. I think kind of like the way, though, their cav is maybe their noteworthy feature, but falls off in power. A Japanese pocket with a pond is scary. If you're the Japanese, you are also hoping for a pond. Even without a pond, though, I think they're scary. Well, mostly due to the addition of Yasama Towers. So what are they thinking of in the lobby? I know they're civs at least. Oh, wait, there we go. They're launching. Just didn't launch. Okay, we're good. We're going. Auto launch just doesn't work on Firefox for some reason. Alright. So, Team TaToH in the pocket this time. Alright, Andy's still on the flank, but TaToH going to be the pocket with Moray his flank as the Gajurs. This will be a... Wait. Oh yeah, this will be then a 3 versus 3, so 6 total pawns. And immediate Vil fight here between Moray and Andy at the southwest. As that Camel Scout does not get an attack bonus against Cav in the Dark Age. That only happens in the Feudal Age. But it has a lot of hit points, even though it has less attack. So 1 Vil down for Moray, and Andy going to start getting a fairly forward wall. Have to turn around and fight. On the other side, it looks like Jude's went for a fairly conservative wall, but we'll try to sneak that Vil around to think about sneaky docks. And Mala, perhaps prepared for that, is immediately going to do a how? No? Gonna wall out here? Will he see this? Will he see this? And yes, he will. He will see it. If he's paying attention. Yes, and he is paying attention. This Vil could lame the Rhino, so Mala immediately gonna send 2 Vils to deal with that. And this Vil, if she walls herself in by the pond, could keep herself safe. This is one thing we focused on Rage Forest, is keeping the forests a few tiles away from the ponds. That way you can't just do a single tile of wall and keep the Vil safe. And I think Mala missed the Vil. She hid right up in the corner, and now he's looking for her and can't find her anymore. And there she is. Well, she almost is trapping the Vils of Mala. She'll find a safe spot for herself where she can do a dock eventually if she deletes that wall. I think what Mala needs is a palisade right here and then a palisade here, and I don't think the dock can fit with the shorefish. So is there loom? Loom for both. Yeah, so Cumin Bulgarian pockets for Andy's team. No surprise to see that. And then Japanese Burgundian pockets for TaToH. Now, with Hindustanis and Gajurs, they will have good camel sieves for dealing with the pockets as this Vil will go down. Both Cumans and Bulgarians can go for Cav. And there'll be a big passage right up here in the middle, where Andy has to go forward with Vils, and he's going to try to wall that, whereas it will be TaToH as the pocket trying to wall. And as awkward as the pawns are, it's basically one for the pockets and then one for each flank on TaToH's team. I think it's possible for Vodka to come forward and take this pond. I think that would still be good for him. Just need to make sure Mala isn't pushed and losing the pawns. And he could get... This is a bit awkward to go for a forward wall. I think the plan will be to get the pockets to boom. Hello there, Mello. How you doing? Now on the other side, hit by the town center, and we'll have a dock up for TaToH. I don't even know what that is. The U, but like the accent's like a backtick, kind of. So, is there a Vil? Walling up here. Did Andy manage to get a Vil forward? Oh, yes he did. There he is. That's Andy's Vil. Right here on Dragonstar's Lake. And he's going for the Japanese lake, but Dragonstar, Dr. Agonstar, doing a great job of walling in that Vil. Andy will do a barracks. And his goal with the barracks will be to help the villager somehow get a dock. So Dragonstar will come forward and wall the barracks. I was heading towards the Japanese fish. Vroom. I needed to see where the Vil was. He was sneaking past me, too. So, how do you deal with this? Andy has one palisade. So, if you're Andy, eventually I think you want to delete... I don't think you can get a palisade over diagonal, though. I think eventually you want to delete that palisade. You have some men-at-arms that come out. And then you have room for 2 tiles, men-at-arms and a Vil. Oh wait, he escaped? He escaped! Dragonstar had a hole in the wall. Dragonstar, though, he's aware of the Vil, and he can wall with the fishing ships. And use the fishing ships to block any potential dock spots. The last thing Dragonstar wants is a dock from Andy. And Andy trapped in here again. He'll at least have his own wall tiles. He's not going to do anything from the barracks, but he is just forcing Dragonstar to spend time reacting, rather than fish booming. And what is this? Oh, those are some palisades from having lured in a boar? Matthew needs to reclaim the wood from those. And just a pretty more forward wall for Moray. His golds are in the back. No pawns this side, so maybe not as valuable to be pressuring Andy. But yeah, if Andy manages even just slightly to delay the Japanese fish boom, that helps. Andy's doing everything he can to wall that Vil. How did that Vil escape the initial walls? I don't know. He is definitely distracting Dragonstar. That's a lot of idle time. It's Andy doing 1 Vil versus Dragonstar pulling 3 or 4. Wonder if he could get a diagonal hit if he deleted that wall. I wonder if he'll even consider towering just to trap the Vil. Oh, Moray had a Vil that was forward but found. Was that a purple scout and a blue Vil, not a purple scout and a purple Vil earlier? Oh, okay. I think I got the colors confused. So Andy gonna go for the triple Rhino lure. He'll bring them in. Low HP Vil gonna get back to the TC as the Rhinos keep coming forward. Rhinos all go down to the TC with more Vils walling, and Andy going for the semicircular wall beyond the tower. Try to stay safe. They'll have Feudal Age just about in for Dragonstar, who still has not managed to clean up Andy's Vil. At least he's trapped her. That's 35 tiles of Palisade wall, and another 2 houses to deal with the Vil. I guess Andy did commit to the barracks. Well, I don't think he said nearly the idle time. So forward stone walls from Mala, who went for the tower to get a bit more room in the passage, and then Jude will defend with a tower of his own. Applying the beautiful cyan color. As we'll have more walls as archers try to get through here. I think we're not at live time by like a minute. Let me see the speed up. And lots of walls coming up for Andy. As Moray will try to get through. Andy desperately walling. Still in the Dark Age. He will lose a villager. Clutching his in on the archers. Hello, Sci-Fly. And then he's just about feudal. These walls will not go up. He's going to try to get some walls up towards the town center. Almost there. Getting another wall. Archers and Vils trying to break in. There's Andy up to feudal. And then a blacksmith along with a tower. As Castle Age comes in for Vodka. He's up. Vodka might need to do a stable then. Get a knight or two to defend Andy, as Andy is still losing Vils, desperate for a tower. And if TaToH goes forward with the Burgundians, that could be interesting if he just booms and goes Cavaliers. But yeah, Vodka did take a pond. Cuman player here, Metu, does have a pond. So insane booms now from Bulgarians and Cumans. You missed the comeback where TaToH was dead? Yeah, in the previous game, TaToH did come back from almost being defeated. So an X in the middle from Vodka. Maybe they're thinking of pushing there. Andy does have a very forward set of walls up there. They could try to push and get to the Japanese fish boom, but that's still a far ways away. Couple of TCs there for Dragonstar. And are we real time? We gotta be close to it. As Mala's men-at-arms came to defend Andy. Came from one side of the map to the other. Now, is there a Castle Age push, or are we just booming everywhere? Gold mine is there from Jude's. He's up to the Castle Age. Up, and we'll have a workshop there for him too. Men-at-arms will push through the palisade wall. And with a defensive stone wall from TaToH, TaToH will do his own Mangonel to defend. So indeed this was an X to say, hey, let's maybe be aggressive here. And it will be a workshop from Metu. So TaToH investing wisely into the workshop. Might not even be able to see that, but he can feel it. As the Cuban player up at the Castle Age could even start training some rams now. Yeah, you missed me eating a fly. Hey, it's not flying around anymore. It's a Castle Age from Moray. Flanks forward for Vodka. TaToH ready to defend with the Mangonel. Could also do Redemption. The Burgundians have a good Monk tech tree. They just miss... Yeah, in the Castle Age, they're good. They do miss Theocracy and Imp. And Heresy. But if they want to convert, they can. And will the Mangonel hit the Vil? Yes, and gets the Vil. And oh, the Men-at-Arms, they're stuck in the wall. They are stuck in the wall. And they can't get out. Yeah, that happens sometimes, this patch. And Illy needs to go fix the pathing. That's what you get for making units. So Mangonel push here from Jude's. We'll have a defensive range and also workshop from Mala as he's trying to stonewall this. Needs to be hasteful with the walls. So big boom now from Moray, and he still has 6 water buffaloes in his mill. He'll add in 4 TCs on the flank, and TaToH will be fish booming himself. So 3 fish booms for both teams. Andy the only one without for his team. And then Moray giving the pond for TaToH. That's what those pokey sticks in the ground are meant to do, right? I mean, that's more like against cavalry, right? You would put your sticks in the ground to break up the cavalry charge. Maybe less so against men-at-arms, but I guess the same process applies. That was like an AoE 4 thing. With the Britons, and they could do it with a special ability for one of their archer units, I guess, their longbows. So Mangonel down. He'll bulldoze with the Japanese later. I mean, he almost had a dock on his pond from Andy. I think Andy's villa finally was cleaned. His barracks is still there, though. But yeah, now he's got the Japanese fish boom. 35 fish traps in the pond. And the push up the middle will be from Metu. We have the Kuman capped rams. And the wall goes down just enough for Mangonels. And now the Steppe Lancers are going to get in. So this isn't Kuman's boom to imp for Palisade. This is Kuman's let's go push in the castle aids. Let's be aggressive. And that Mangonel is down. TaToH may be in a bit of trouble. Steppe Lancers could turn and try to hit the pond with the fish boom. Honestly, I don't think you can really call teams favorites here. Since there's a draft, and it's all based on teams ranking each other, I genuinely don't know how accurate that's going to be. So Mangonel hitting the workshop, a couple of rams pushing forward. I'll have a few Steppe Lancers around. Mangonel's hitting the outposts. Steppe Lancers will come around the side. We'll have a War Galley here for Dragonstar. Surprised that no flank is attempting fast imp with Byzantines. Hindus and Gujars all do good bombard cannon plus hand cannoneers. Yeah, so I forward castle from Jude's. Yeah, you know, I mean, fast imp, like the 1TC biz push. I feel like I haven't been seeing too much fast imp from flanks this Rage Forest. I don't know what it is. Maybe there's just been so many crazy comebacks that it's been a point where someone could get hit on the flank and die and retreat and boom back fast enough that it hasn't really killed anyone. But yeah, I don't think I've seen that used too much. So we're going to get a forward castle from Vodka, so Vodka committing to this push too. So Kumans and Bulgarians, they're going to be up against a lot of pikemen here from TaToH, but TaToH, he's not going to be able to get to Cavaliers, and TaToH might be doing a doubt castle. TaToH might be doing a doubt castle, as the Mangonel push is going to clear the pikemen, and that is a lot of rams. He'll have to delete that castle. That's not going up. TaToH's losing Vils. He has 106 Vils, so maybe he has Vils to lose. But now Dragonstar's imp, and Dragonstar will be going for probably a halve opening. And I think the answer to that is they need to get Vodka up to imp to do barracks and start doing two-handed swordsman, and there he's imp. And then he needs to do two-handed swordsman with the extra armor. Can faster attacking Japanese champions deal with that? And that's awkward because then that means Dragonstar can't open for the Halbs. Samurai really aren't an option because there's no unique unit being added in from the Bulgarians there. So it just comes down to pure Japanese champions, I think. Unless he wants to go Cav Archers. And he wants to do a castle to defend his fish. He will be opening with pikemen. So pikemen and Cav Archers. What is the unit composition he needs now? Because TaToH desperately is trying to go pikemen, is just stuck in the Castle Age. And I don't think Castle Age pikemen are going to be able to deal with this push anymore. And this is a great aggressive push from Vodka. And this all started, Andy, yeah, he might have been struggling with that men-at-arms push in his base, but he got the early forward walls, and that allowed them to do the ram push. TaToH's team maybe anticipated the Kuman boom, but now they're seeing the Kuman rams. And in Imp, the Bulgarians are seeing how good of a pocket they can be against Japanese. What is this matchup going to be? The Cav Archers here should be able to deal with the two-handed swordsman fairly well, but will they be able to deal with the Steppe Lancers, and will they be able to do it in time before TaToH dies? We have 97 vills against 88 between Moray and FreakinAndy, so it's not like there's a huge advantage for Moray to boom. And then Gujurs could do what? Chakram throwers? Yeah, and then when Regains comes in, +5 melee armor. So probably not even that. I guess Gujurs could do hand cannoneers. I guess Camel hand cannoneer would be the play, but that's kind of expensive to get to when you're still worried about Andy too, is the shoe. And Arbalests from the shoe should be good against both of those. So TaToH is just dying here. Yeah, he has 94 vills. He did manage to fall back and do some stone walls, but he is just dying to this ram push. Steppe Lancer? You get extra Pierce armor? This is not like a team bonus for anyone, is it? What do you mean extra Pierce armor? Pierce armor does defend against the Cav Archers attack. Yes, it is Pierce attack. That's what you're asking. Yeah, Silk armor, that's TaToH's. It's TaToH. It's not Kuman's. So here Jude's trying to push, but he's being trebbed. He brought a Mangonel to a treb fight. And the Byzantines will be pushing. This is at least an Imperial Age castle that has hoardings on the way. But now you're in a treb fight against the Byzantines, which usually ends well for the Byzantines. And Elephant Archers from Moray. That's what he's going for, the Elephant Archers. If he gets enough of them, then maybe. But he's going to need a lot of them. Right now he only has 17. He does not have Kshatriyas for the food discount. And the Kuman Rams just continue pushing. We'll have Imp on the way from Metu. Vodka now carrying. He's going to try to get heavy Scorpions. So Dragonstar's plan was to go Pikeman plus Cav Archer. And Vodka reacted well with the Scorpion swap. Dragonstar wants to do Yasama towers. Can the Scorpions stop the tower? That one tower down. Yeah, they're going to be adding more civs. That was 2 DLCs in a year. I feel like they need to slow down the pace. Couple of guard towers for Dragonstar. As the Steppe Lancers try to deal with the Elephant Archers. Moray taking a lot of damage. He's down to 99 vills. TaToH to 71. His team's down by about 90 vills. And then Jude's also on the other flank. Feels like they're going to lose to the treb push from the Byzantines, from Mala. Perhaps even taking the outposts. Or missing the outpost. So two-handed swordsman going down to the Elephant Archers. Swordsman hits the Vil. And the keep goes down to the Trebs. those around forever. We got to do Gen 1 Pokemon only. So forward ranges from Mala. And this team is just hoping, beyond all hope, that Dr. Agenstar can make Yasama keeps that are strong enough to carry. It'll take a while to push him with all those keeps. He's doing Siege Engineers and Masonry, so upgrading them. Kuman, Cavalier, Paladin on the way. Halbs are not in yet for Dragonstar. That Krepos Foundation, I think blocked maybe by the Treb. But we'll have Siege Ram from Vodka. And honestly, between Kumans and Bulgarians, there should be enough Rams and Siege Onagers here. No Siege Engineers for the Kumans, but they do at least have Siege Onager. Bulgarians will have a great push now. I mean, look at the ramming civs from Bulgarians and Kumans. The two most ramming of all the civs, other than maybe Ferrari Rams from the Mongols. Classic, like ranked black, classic Arabia Hun's ladder. That'd be sick, actually. Everything here getting pushed now. The Paladins moving up the middle, taking down the Elephant Archers. And the flanks also pushing with Mala, getting more forward Byzantine castles, deploying the Trebs, and TaToH looking out upon a field of yellow Paladins. We'll call GG. So Andy will take a game, at least. Andy will take a game. They won't get swept. That'll be a 2-1 overall win for TaToH's team. So 209 kills for those Kuman Paladins. Beautiful strategy. Using the map properly, getting the ram push, and having, well, Bulgarians against Japanese. Looks like the Bulgarian two-handed swordsman with the extra melee armor, I think, caused some problems for Dragonstar. I don't actually know what would win between Japanese champions with the faster attack, but GG. Got the base game installed to move between patches. Oh, you probably need different speedrunning patches, right, Sci-Fly? Alright, so easy civs there. First time you see the Japanese pocket lose. Yeah, I think same for me too. Isama has been incredibly strong. So we will move on to the next set in a moment. Let's see if there's a draft. Oh, there is a draft. The draft was there many days ago. JorDan versus Somero. They've had this draft. This is our final round 2 set. That was round 3. We got to go back to round 2. The draft was so many days ago that it's not even there. Let me try to find the draft. There we are. No, that's Timo Viper. Let's see if you post the draft anywhere. There you are, JorDan Somero. I'll update the title. Update the draft. There we go. You need lots of time to plan those saves. So I will be back in a moment. They should be started in about 15 minutes. I'm going to grab a drink before the next set, so stay tuned. We'll have JorDan versus Somero coming up next. All right, so we're back, and thank you also for the donation. Totally ran away as you did that, but thank you very much. So we will have Mongols as the very first civ. How were Mongols not banned? Mongols on Black Forest. I wasn't thinking we'd see that with all the bans, but here we have it. Probably be a rare sighting. And I did update the stream title, right? Let's say JorDan versus Somero. Good. Yeah, banning Kumans instead of Mongols when you know your opposing team has the first pick. I mean, Mongols and Japanese. I know we just saw the Japanese lose, but there is still a very scary pocket. I mean, it seems like the random bans seem to ban a lot of the weaker civs. I mean, look at those first rows of civs. Mongols, Japanese, Georgians, Slavs, Turks. Against Celts, Bohemians, Malay, Persians, Sicilians. These are some darn good civs. Those are some really good civs. So 5 minutes, and hopefully they are on time. I know JorDan's going to want to be right on time. Also, thanks to Memb and Ornlu for casting this. So, late night session for JorDan, starting at 9 p.m. for him. He was awake at 5 a.m. for a set that didn't happen. I saw him stream, and I opened the stream, and then he went offline because Kingstone wasn't around. And Nelson was, I think, going to try to cast something, but that didn't work out. Shout out to John Stowe for popularizing the random ban pool for Masters of Arena. Random ban pools are very needed for drafts. Stayed up all night to cast it? Oh no. Japanese. It's insane how high Japanese are rated on Black Forest these days. They used to be, honestly, I think a pretty bad civ, but the fish booming and towers, especially the towers, have really elevated them. I think you are still kind of coming down to randomness for the lakes, for how much they benefit from lakes compared to anyone else. But even without a lake, Yasama towers in late game have been absolutely crazy. And the Trebs. The Trebs are good too with Katapuruto. And the Halbs. Is Mongols a Celts counterpick? In a 1v1, Celts have trouble dealing with Mangudai. In Rage Forest, though, when they have Fura Celtica Siege Onagers, it's, I think, a more even matchup. You have the great Siege Onagers that fire faster to do with Mangudai. And as much as Mangudai destroys Siege, Siege Onager also is how you kill Mangudai. The Persians, actually, I think, are a good civ to use against Mongols, but that depends on getting to War Elephant. Mongols don't really have a great way of dealing with them. Yeah, in RF Pocket, I don't think it's a civ win. I don't think so at all. Yeah, but then at the end of the drafts, they also have some very weak civs. Like, it goes like top row incredible civs, bottom row weak civs. And like all the mid-tier civs feel like they got banned. Stuff we've been seeing a bit, like Romans, Byzantines, Spanish, Franks, Khmer, Hindustanis, Burgundians, Magyars, Lithuanians. Yeah, they have 2P with that warrior. I've never actually seen that warrior though. The Ibram, whatever it is. I don't remember the name. I don't remember the name because I've seen it like once or twice. The 2P are just completely overshadowed. All of their other units are overshadowed by their Blackwood archers. The Blackwood archers are so insane. Oh, that's not how you spell it. That's not how you spell it. Everyone's gonna type a random spelling. It's even worse than Shravamtrider. I think Mongols have slightly better siege ceiling than Celts. I think of it as Mongols get 1 bonus, which is drill. Celts get 2 bonuses, which is faster firing and more HP. And faster working workshops, that's right, 3 bonuses. That's the team bonus. Now we just wait for the lobby. And do we have a lobby? I don't see anything. The Rage Forest. Oh, JorDan's hosting in the captain's chat. All right, JorDan is hosting a lobby. All right, oop, I just saw JorDan and Chrissy Boo in a lobby. They might go rehost though. I'll double check and make sure that they don't have a spec delay on. Actually open the spectator dashboard from Chrome so the auto join works better. Now Somero is hosting. Mongols versus Celts, like Barcelona versus Real Madrid. You write in the chat of an American who doesn't watch soccer and doesn't understand the reference. Well, I don't know what that is either. Karu versus Magnus? Is Magnus like the chess player? I don't know who Hikaru is. Alright, we have a lobby. Lobby's up. No spec delay. Perfect. JorDan and Somero both in. Their teams joining. I was the top American player for a bit. Top speed chess player. Alright, so 6 players in a lobby, 6 out of 8. That's pretty good for within 3 minutes of the scheduled time. Now, these teams, they drafted last week on Thursday. They've had a lot of time to think about how they're going to choose their civs and what combinations they're going to use. It's been a really good amount of time. So I expect them to have a fully mastered plan of how best to win with Celts and Mongols on each side. Why did they draft so early? They thought they were going to play at a different time. He's the best chess player? FedEx. He's a grandmaster from Argentina. For a while, I think he was the best chess player from Argentina. He's apparently still competing in some type. I don't really know the details, though. But yeah, he still is an active chess player. Alright, 7 players in a lobby. We got Shikso, the Crocs, Somero, Stoneplease, Chrisiboo, Kasva, and JorDan. And we're only missing 1 player. 1 player, I believe, from JorDan's team. And there's still some... Yeah, FedEx is still... Oh, he drew a game against Magnus back in the days. I need to go... Is there, like... I guess they don't have, like, an equivalent of recorded games. Yeah, FedEx is a beast at Rage Forest. And at closed maps, too. I think he made it to the finals of Masters of Arena in the past. The random pick is there's only 1 civ left at the end of the draft. Random is the only thing that's there. The Chess Olympiad is Nations Cup for chess. 5 people per nation can play, but there are only 4 boards, so 1 guy is benched. Okay, so he's playing Nations Cup. That explains it completely. I need the chess references in Age of Empires terms. Like if there's like a equivalent of a recorded game, the game he played against Magnus, that'd be cool. JorDan awake still. Yep, JorDan's awake. Niaz has joined. The 8 players are in the lobby. It's 9:30 p.m. for JorDan. And he is ready to play some Rage Forest. Alright, since they're all in the lobby, I'm just going to get an ad out of the way so we don't have it during the game. And then hopefully they launch. Chrisiboo doesn't have a flag on the dashboard. Poor Chrisiboo. I bet there's a game record as a sequence of moves, right? I guess we could get the sequence of moves and then recreate the game. They can get subbed in, not during a game, but day after day they can change the players. I wonder what type of mental fatigue you get at an event like that. As if you're doing a sport, you might just have different players play on different days for rest purposes. I don't know how affected you get in chess. And here we go, loading in. Failed to download match content. DE, don't do this to me. Give me the match content. Biannual? Does that mean 2 years or twice a year? Alright, let me just update the score. This will be Team JorDan against Team Somero. Boom. Alright, so we will have, looks like JorDan to the south, Somero to the north. Immediately on the flank, it's Kasva versus Shikso. Italians versus Chinese on the west. And then to the east, it is Niaz versus Stoneplease. Stoneplease walling up, but not getting the wall. And Stoneplease will be the Inca, so he's the Champy Scout. A weaker Champy Scout at the start for the Wall War. That Vil not able to fight the way Niaz wanted it to. And the Champy will get some hits from the scout and have to run away as the pocket scout from Chrissy Boo comes forward. Somero also coming over to help JorDan on the west, or to help Castle on the west as JorDan's scout comes here. There we go. I got my colors right. Very forward wall from Chrissy Boo. We'll have some rhinos in the back there as Niaz will pull back a weak Vil and almost lose his scout, but not quite yet. Vils can't get a pick. And now he has some very forward Vils. So Niaz is one player I expect to be crazy with forward Vils. Niaz is right up there on the list. And some blocking from the Crux. And that'll be a dead Vil there from Stone, please. And Pocket Scout's going to engage in a scout fight. Similar HP. Crux will run away. So they'll both leave on 3 HP. He has tried to wall it in to try to get a hit. Unable to do so. Forward bore there. Lured in from Stone, please. Didn't kill it with the Champy. And lots of walls going up for a Shikso over here. Still repairing the palisade. There's lots of Vils coming forward for Stone, please. They'll be trying to push through the walls. Hello, Timo. So, forward walls from Niaz, but also very forward walls from Chrissy Boo. Chrissy Boo do double palisades and houses, trying to keep that secure. Nothing really for JorDan to wall. And we'll have a single wall forward for Shikso. So Shikso did manage to get the walls forward, even keep the rhinos inside. And no pawns on this map either. No pawns on this map. So Niaz with the Berbers does have the faster moving Vils. Can be extra annoying for the Vil fights. He'll attack that palisade. Doesn't want it in the middle of the wall. And Stone, please, will say, oh no, I don't have stone. I have to wall the stone out. Let's go OS. Hello, Timo. Chess is exhausting. I get tired just watching. We'll commentate. Oh boy. So Vil now luring rhinos in. And a 16 HP on the Vil. Trying to get the last rhino. Needs another shot. Not going to give up. Who is the favorite? I have no idea. I mean, on these Rage Forest sets, I genuinely think that the draft makes it hard to tell if anyone's a favorite or not. Not just the draft, but like the player draft, but also the Civ draft. Some teams can get huge advantages in the Civ drafts. So looking at this, it's Turk pocket against Celt pocket. And if there's one pocket to have against Celts, maybe it is artillery gunpowder from the Turks. They bombard towers too to help deal with the Celt siege. Celts don't really like fighting gunpowder usually. Although you could always get those sneaky Celt paladin plays to overwhelm gunpowder armies, but you can usually do that once. And then the other team will be prepared for it. Well, I guess against the Turks without halbs might be something to consider. Kind of force the Turks into camels then. But Chinese versus Italians on the flank. I would think the Italians are the better flank civ than the Chinese. Especially the fact that they're going to give the... actually giving the condottieri to the Celts is insane when you have Celts versus Turks, though. Because that means they can... They won't resist Janissary damage, because that's all melee attack, but they'll resist the gunpowder damage of the hand cannoneers, and they'll do extra attack to the Janissaries and the hand cannoneers. Yeah, we could see some Celt condottieri. Yeah, you dream to see Mongols versus Celts shattered. I mean, Celts versus Turks is good too. So Niaz here gonna send Vils to force Chrissy Boo to keep walling, repair the house a bit. Yeah, using the house as part of the wall means you gotta pay to repair the house. So Stone, please, going to rush forward, try to push Niaz back, but there go the stone, there go more walls up. Is this? Okay, there's a palisade back there. You can see that palisade just poking up behind those ones. I was like, wait a minute, can Niaz delete? No, he's fine. So, better walling, I think, for Shikso to the west, but on the east, better walling for Chrissy Boo and Stone Please. Not that Niaz realistically could have gotten a wall here, and I think great play from Chrissy Boo to realize that as soon as he saw Niaz going for the fight against Stone Please, he'd go and wall up this passage. Does put him maybe a bit behind the Crocs booming on the other pocket, but it does give him the forward wall. Hello, Arbase. How you doing, Arbase? A Janissary attack is Pierce. It's just not gunpowder. They don't have any extra attack against infantry like Hand Cannoneers do. So, stone walls here from Shikso. We'll take advantage of having the forward wall to be able to stone wall. Those vills did not space out when building the stone wall. Yeah, that's something you gotta be really careful of. When you do shift queues for walls, vills don't space out. And the Conquerors, they changed the vill AI from AOK to AOC, so they spaced out to build walls when you dragged a wall. But now the shift queue kind of interferes with that. And they just follow the shift queue precisely instead of spacing out. So everyone up to feudal. We're not going to have any super extended Dark Ages this game. And the tower from Niaz will be met with a... the tower from Stone Please will be met with a tower from Niaz. And actually not going to be in range of each other. Niaz more worried about having support behind the walls. As a couple of vills for Stone Please will be there. Pushing through all the pockets up to the Castle Age. And no heavy vill fights this game. Just a bit of peaceful walling. Why did that vill stop walling? Did Shikso mess up a shift queue? Why did he stop walling? Are they a standout team, Civ? I think they're a really good team game, Civ. Great for water maps. Great for the Genoese crossbowmen against Cav Civs. Great for fast imps. A lot of different things you can do with them. So the Champy with a couple of vills do break through the walls. And Stone Please will make a stone wall so that he can try to attack the tower. But Niaz will send a weak scout, lose the scout, and the vills won't be there in time. So Niaz not quite paying attention to this like he needed to. He's maybe thinking about walling or fighting on the left. Now, in danger of losing his tower, he will try to stone wall this gap though, so that Stone Please can't get in again. And looks like he'll be successful in doing so. Tower taking out some of those vills. Some palisade walls going up along with that watchtower. Those vills from Stone Please will die to the tower. They can't get out. So a nice couple of kills there. And some weak vills that run away. Wall up again. That's a very weak vill. Stone Please has to be careful, but he will bring her back to the TC. There is a settlement there for Stone Please, as we'll have a castle up for JorDan over here. Some walls going up for Kasva. There's an X from Somero here. Couple of vills mining on the golden stone, so we'll have Castle Age, Town Watch, and Bowsaw all in. Our various players on this team. Gotta love the Town Watch too from the flank for Niaz. Now we'll get to see those wonderful Inca stone walls. Inca can do fortified wall. I think the only South American architecture civ to have fortified wall. But because of the Town Watch, the outpost might have seen it anyway, but clearly we'll see the workshop from Chrissy Boo. And Xing here as he stone walls the middle. Chrissy Boo won't be going for the push up the middle. He'll try to combo with his flank and push along with Stone Please. So forward castle drop from JorDan, and JorDan doing petards and janissaries. He's looking to be very aggressive as the Turks. These are castle age stone walls, so it will take 2 petards. Destroy one with the castle, and then hope he can right click successfully on the wall behind this. Maybe he's using this short walls mod. Can he actually destroy the wall properly? Let's see. Okay, yeah, he's through. Okay, it's all of them. I guess going for that wall diagonally means you hit all 3. So he is through. He has a good opening, and there'll be a workshop for him. Now he'll need a workshop to take out the tower. Is Kasva up to the castle age, still defending? I think guard tower is pretty much a necessity from him at this point against the Turks. He has managed to stone wall and prevent the Turks from getting to the other pockets. As we have more TCs up, and Somero just booming away so far. Booming is the Celts, but still there is the option of the quick boom into the Condottiero spam. And the position where they used their civs, getting Italians in the game against the Turks, worked out exactly what, like, I think Somero would have wanted it to. You don't like that aggro from JorDan. I wonder if JorDan's thinking he doesn't want to face Celts with Condottieri late game, and is just going to go push early. Turks do have heavy, like, great Sipahi heavy cav archers. But those are still awkward when the siege onagers come out. Some more booming from Niaz, and everyone on JorDan's team going to be adding more TCs. We'll have 4 TCs also from the Crocs as the Georgians. Now, if JorDan can keep this open, there's a chance the Georgian boom comes through and floods the area with cav, and maybe in time to stop the Celt Condottieri. Janissaries killing some Vills. Yep, it is a team bonus. You have Italians on your team, everyone can make them, and they'll benefit from the other bonuses. They'll be cheaper for the Inca on their food cost. They'll have all the speed of the Celts. Benefit from the, what is it, the 20% faster Imperial Age Celt bonus. And here's a ram from JorDan. JorDan needs to push quickly. I think he really does need to push quickly. And maybe, I mean, the Chinese also a civ that I don't think will like fighting the siege of the Celts late game. So I think as long as Kosovo can wall and Somero can boom, he's in a good spot if he wants to try to 1v2 this side. Now remove Italians from the team, and remove the Condottieri from the Celts, and I don't think they're a good matchup against the Turks, but the Italian pick changes things completely. So Team Somero up by 10 Vills. JorDan's team not falling too far behind despite the pressure. Part of it is Stone Please's struggling. I mean, both flanks have fewer Vills for Somero's team than for JorDan's team. Oh, nice double hit on the Vill. Stone Please trying to equal that out. Oh, that's true. We also have Berbers sharing Genitors, but I don't think they'll be as useful as the Condottieri. And multiple layers of stone walls here. 3 layers at least. Somero ensuring nothing's going to get through anytime soon. So JorDan going for a 4th TC behind this. He has 46 Vills, and he does not have anywhere near the boom that the other team's pockets have, 81 and 83 respectively. There's a castle from Somero. Scout gets killed there. As this battering ram comes forward for JorDan. Celt Condottieri are faster than Woods. Are they? They might be, actually. That's crazy. So, many stone walls from Somero. Do Celts have fortified wall? They do, because he's researching it now. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Brings back the memories of constructing walls against the English at Falkirk. He'll be building a castle to defend Kosovo. And on the other flank, everyone just booming. Bit of a mangonel scuffle, but nothing too aggressive. Nothing too aggressive here. And we're gonna start players getting up to imp soon, as there goes the Crocs. He's up. And now I'm wondering, what side does he go for? Does he add the stables on the left and help support JorDan's push? Does he add him on the right? Will he even be going stables? Will it be Halb SO? Which, I mean, if you're against the Celts probably do that better. And outpost up for JorDan. Maybe zoom in room. Now, that Kelp Castle is so pretty, it doesn't even fit in with the rest of the architecture. So I think it is definitely the best of the castles, but it's like, it's too good. So Mangonel getting through here, and he also just wall behind for now. Time for the British Isles DLC. I just wait until they add the United States DLC like they did for AoE 3. Nia's Mangonelling his own wall. We'll also have Shikso up to Imp. So if Shikso's up, and maybe do a castle and Trebs to help with the push. As the Crux up to Imp, and the Crux is going fully to the east, going Halb plus Onager. So he will help with the push against Stone Please and Chrissy Boo. And let's see, his boom pretty similar to that of Chrissy Boo. Chrissy Boo's the Persian, so has a couple more vills. And I'd love to see Chrissy Boo boom for elephants. I don't think that'll happen, but I'd love to see it. I wonder how many more Civ bonuses? I think they ran out a while ago. So 4 HP left. The tower will go down whenever something sneezes at it. And 2 relics in that monastery, kind of nice to take. For sure. There's a loom for Chrissy Boo. Along with Bloodline's chain barding armor. We'll have Onager for Somero. And an X over here as the ram for Niaz is going to help get through this wall. But defensive castle for Chrissy Boo is behind the clearing, and there will be gold there to take in the pocket. Xing, there's going to be a cut, and anticipating that is Stone Please. Sending Bills getting ready to wall. I think the siege is just about through. I try to onager the vills. Vills definitely getting onagered. Our walls go down as the halbs and the onager come forward. That workshop 106 HP. And there are the fortified walls. They don't quite line up. They like zigzag a bit, which is kind of cool. The Inca castle, the Inca fortified walls trying to hold. On the other side, looks like there's a push back, some Celt Trebs. And actually, this is what I was thinking. We see now Katatiri, long swords from the Chinese, but the cav now from the Persians. Savar will be on the way. And it'll be a triple team on this side, where JorDan probably won't be able to help out too much against the Katatiri. So triple push on the west, as we do have a good push from the Crocs in the east when Stone Please is not being helped from the pocket. The pocket's trying to help in the west, and now Stone Please has to hold. And after the onagers from Somero are cutting through, there needs to be more stone walling from Shikso. How do you, what do you do against this many Katatiri? So JorDan's team still has the score lead thanks to the Crocs and that push. But I think that might change if Shikso just gets raided to death by the Katatiri. He's trying to get out two-handed swordsman, but I think the barracks were forward? It's champion. We'll have Siege Onager now. So Siege Onager from the Crocs. And the Onager is still trying to push. As they take down the trees. Cannon attacking the halves. But I'm really worried as the scores flip. As we have a Doubt Castle from Shikso. The Savars are in, the Condottieri are everywhere. The Condottieri was such a hard unit to stop. How do you even fight this? The Chinese, I guess they need champions still, and we're down to 65 vills for Shixo. So yeah, they were hoping to push before this happened, but they did not push fast enough. JorDan, 143 vills to the Turks, but what does he do against this? Heavy camel against the Savars? I mean, it's even Savars if he were to try to go for heavy cav archer when they have so much pierce armor. Chinese champions is a unit, yes. What speed do they have? 1.44 speed. Think about that. A knight with husbandry is 1.49. A knight without husbandry is 1.35. Those Celt condottieri are really fast. Oh, they are so speedy. Maybe they have to be a migration pocket someday for the league if they have an Italian flank. I'm a crescent pocket. Ooh. And now, I mean, the Turks get fully upgraded camels, but I don't think you really want to fight condottieri with them. I mean, if you have numbers, I guess it's okay. Feels like a very slow fight where they don't damage each other all that much. And there you go, the condottieri are being killed by the camels. On the other side, we do have... Oh, we have it! Chat, we have it! A war elephant! We have war elephants from the pocket! Chrissy Boo's doing it! He's going war elephants! Yes! He's going war elephants! Yes, the castle from Shixo going down. And JorDan doing what he can with the camels. Yeah, that just invites Somero to go halves. There's the halve upgrade. And Somero needs more forward buildings, but he's starting to add them in with that barracks. Shixo 41 vills. He is basically dead. And Stone Please at least is 97, so he's rebooming after this. Another still trying to cut. Go into these walls. Maybe run into some cannon. Hello, spawn towers, too. I mean, so JorDan's still trying to hold, hoping that the eastern flank can carry. I don't think there's much time left for JorDan here. Trev's going for the workshop. And there is the castle from Kosva. Maybe just the misclick? You can't misclick the chonkers, right? Yeah, 470 HP. We just need to see elite. There's citadels. Stone Please, currently with 10 TCs. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. So he has a lot of TCs for adding vills back. It will not take him long to get his population back up. I mean, maybe it will if he keeps getting raided. Well, I think it's going to be really hard for Niaz to do damage. There's so many TCs there. And now, what does JorDan do? He's trying his own fortified walls, but he's against 3 people. He's against Savars, halves, and hand cannoneers. All he can do is hold. Yeah, Stone Please doesn't have stone because he spent it all on TCs. That's why he's saying, please give me stone. So architecture here for JorDan. Blast furnace. What's blast furnace gonna do? I guess for the camels. But he's just trying to wall, so desperate for safety. He's got 4 cannon out. Cannon, they have artillery. They do have artillery. They do have some nice range. He's still adding fortified walls. And he's siege, you can just use the massive number of units. I mean, JorDan's hope is that he can wall long enough that the other side wins, essentially 2v1. Is that a hope that can work? Because this push is continuing. I mean, Chrissybu focused fully on the west, hasn't been focusing on the east. I thought they'd maybe be able to contain that, but so far, no, they haven't. Castle still dealing with the Trebs. Trebs look like they're gonna take it down as the cannon roll their way forward for Kosva. Hey, Christine has 0 defense. He has his allies castle and his eco as JorDan's team retakes the score lead. Now JorDan is dying, but the teams are rotating around the map. If ChrissyBoo loses units, he's going to struggle to replace them. As his base is being raided, he's down to 98 vills. As Savars keep raiding now Shikso's eco, hitting Shikso as he's rebooming. The most painful thing, you're like, oh, I've gotten back up to 40 vills, I can start getting TCs maintained, then no, you get raided again. It is an awful feeling. Well, he probably needs to wall this too. He's stuck on 42 vills. I don't think Shikso ever gets back anytime soon. And here players are raided so far, but they're not completely dead on Somero's team. Oh, this is such a nice game now, as JorDan's getting the bombard towers to help defend. TaToH do get an attack bonus against them, of all things. I don't think you ever want to stand at the base and knock them down with TaToH, but you can if you want to. The bonus attack. Yeah, and Chrissy feels kind of dead. As now the camel archers are attacking the stables, there are a lot of Savars in those stables. Will the camel archers take bonus damage? I think they will. They're counted as a cav archer. Or... yeah, the Savar. Bonus... oh, bonus versus archers, and they count as an archer. Yes. Now, there's a lot of camel archers, and the Savars can't deal with it. Savars can't deal with it. And I thought that Somero was just going to lead the team to victory with that push, but no, since ChrissyBoo came this side, his own side isn't holding. We're getting a good number of camel archers from Niaz, and we're down to 45 vills. Well, before when I said ChrissyBoo wasn't dead, now he's dead. And now we actually have 49 vills from Shikso. JorDan's team actually has a huge overall vill lead. Are they able to do this? Can JorDan stop the bleeding with Turk bombard towers? If there's one civ that can die slowly, maybe it's Turk bombard towers. Alright, this is when Black Forest gets really interesting, when you're rotating around the map and trying to stay alive while also slinging to reboom, get your flanks reboom. Here Niaz needs some stone, Shikso needs some stone, and JorDan needs to send him wood. And easy for us to see that, but Shikso needs to get up to like 5, 6, 7, 8 TCs. So more cannon taking down halbs. Yeah, 4 bombard towers are holding off a lot of cannon. Oh, the cannon, though, not going to be held off from the camel archers. What are the dodges like? Nice hit on the camel archer with the onagers. The other side, the Inca tower is going down. As Niaz keeps pushing with more camel archers, JorDan's team gains a bigger vill lead, and the 65 to 52 of Shikso versus ChrissyBoo rebooms is advantaged then for JorDan's team, for Shikso. Savar is now trying to push the camel archers, but they're also going down. As we have not just Turk bombard towers, but also Svan towers. What's this? JorDan has some camels raiding. And JorDan able to get some raids going even. And really making Treb. We do have a lot of trade here for the Crux. And they go into the corner of JorDan's base. That might not be safe for much longer. Imagine Somero's team cut through the forest to get to the trade. And the camel archers just taking the rest of Stoneplease's base. Full of rams, clear barracks, and everything's good there. So Halbs come forward to attack the Trebs. Camel archers there too. Now, if you're Chrissy Boo, what do? You can't get back to your side. You don't have much army left. You got light cav only. And as chat wrote, the team hasn't really been making trade. At least not nearly as much as Jordan's team has. And, well, JorDan also, remember, he is slowly dying. He is slowly dying. It's just a slow process with the bombard towers. And now the camel archers from Neos to try to push and just distract the army. And Pathside, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. That's down 93 vills to 76. And Shikso getting to the point where he can think about contributing again. He's doing pikemen. Is pikemen useful here? Maybe he'll go somewhere else for the pikemen. He has barracks here. He was maybe thinking of raiding with pikemen, but that'll be just a pipe dream then. Camel archers will now have farms to raid. They're going to find Stone Please's reboom. Stone Please on 115 vills after rebooming. But that's kind of one base lost. I guess two bases lost to two bases lost. I don't even know what's happening in this base anymore. There are too many colors there. And the camel archers, I don't think they can be stopped. And it's going to be camel archers on both sides. Oh, that's interesting. Here they have to contend with siege, and Neos needs to spend a lot of effort to micro here. JorDan went on quite a journey to rebuild the TC. He did. Maybe he had vills there from the stone already. Yeah, there's his TC. So the cannon hit the fortified church. Camel archers can take out more of these halbs. Can take out a ram, maybe. Ram going for the house. Four bombard cannon are forward. And this castle attacked by champions. We even have Georgian champions on the field. The castle for the moment I think stays up. Not enough siege. Those spawn towers are crazy good. Probably up there with Yasama towers for a super powerful late game tower. And now the camel archer is still just kind of holding. JorDan's gonna run even more vills. Is Pikes the right army choice for Shikso? It's not like he has many choices. He doesn't have the best gold access. Well, it feels like Somero's push is picking up some steam again. But just hard with the bombard towers. Even Kasva able to bombard cannon them. So that's a bombard tower down, more towers going down. Yeah, we've rotated 90 degrees around the map so far. And now the Treb here, continuing to take out towers. Stone Please, 109 villas, but that is thankfully because he had ran away. He had ran away. Oh man, I have no idea who's gonna win this game. Everything just rotating. And Treb's going for the TC. Now, how many camel? That's 100 camel archers. And the crazy thing about the Berbers is he's going to have the tech so that they heal. He's not going to need to replace them all that often, and that means he has tons of extra res that he then can sling to his allies, or he can delete vills for more camel archers. 99 camel archers. Good trade setup. That's true. But I feel like that trade's at risk. 70 trade for the Crocs. And Ram push continuing. Ram push from Kasva. Taking out some of these towers. We have Skarms from Shikso. Shikso can just spam trash units. But hey, trash units are better than nothing. And it's 105 for Stone Please in terms of his vills. And yeah, I guess the trade is a big difference. Is there a trade over here? Let's try to see the endpoints. It's a range. And, wait, why does Shikso still have Vills over here? Shikso still has Vills over in a corner in a pocket that Chrissy Boo hasn't killed. Imagine he uses them for something useful. Chops through, does a workshop, some siege there. Hard cannon now taking out Shikso's TC. I mean, they're getting to the Crocs now. So the rotation has now hit the opposite pocket for both teams from the side where they started. These camel archers are so good. Archers forward. Shot on the onagers. Cannon take out a ram. Cannon will take out skirms. Cannon run away. What a game this has been. So now Chrissy Boo is going to go for a ram scorpion push. It looks like Chrissy Boo not giving up. And some skirms are out now for Stone Please. So Stone Please now on the opposite side of the map, trying to defend against the Camel Archers. There'll be some elite Monaspas from the Georgians. And these are, well, you know, there's the elite Champy Warriors. Don't know what to think about them. The Jordan's team is still with a score lead. Now the Crocs needs to run too. He's going to need some space for farming. There's a lot of fortified churches, though, and those can certainly help out against a push. So we change Jordan's color there. And I'm back to the purple. Nice 100 shot on the skirms. I don't even know how this trade is pathing. It's somehow trying to get to those markets. The siege is almost at the markets. Some orange vills lingering over here. And we now have 154 vills for Shikso as he has been rebooming with 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs. And he can contribute now. He's trying to do skirms. Does he have a better option than skirms as the Chinese? It's all gold dependent. He doesn't have trade yet, I don't think. Well, some trade at least for everyone here. Yeah, rebooming. Oh, this is crazy. How quickly can they push? Kasva trying to defend the siege rams of Somero, as now Jordan with the free Hussar upgrade is just going to start going Hussars. He's probably out of gold. Remember, Turks don't like being out of gold. Hussars are the only thing they can do then. Unless they want to do feudal halbs or feudal spears or feudal skirms. Let's see a full base swap. That would be crazy. I'd need to change the stats on capture age then. I mean, you basically have. Maybe I should. I mean, Jordan's team is no longer on the left. That's just where they started. 99.36%. Vill's just gotta rush it down. And that they do. Now it's a nice spawn tower keep here. That is a lot of camel archers. But whatever one it was 100 is down to 58. Not as many as it used to be. So we're an hour into this game. I don't know who's in a better spot. I genuinely don't know. It feels like the push has gotten a bit more progress, I think, for Somero's team around the bottom. And these camel archers still trying to fight. Some champions and Monaspas mixed in at the front as a meat shield between the walls. Is she still getting carried? Well, the trade is gone. Wait, Nias is exiting the map. Does Nias want to cut for trade? In the north? Maybe he just wants to cut normally. But they'll need to move their trade line again soon. I mean, yeah, there it is, right next to the push. It's honestly, maybe the safest spot. The Onager, still there, the Siege Onager. And here the skirms, so it is just skirms from Stone, please. So forging and scale mail armor from Kasva. Down here the Onager continues getting a few hits. Hussars and JorDan try to pick it off. Lots of skirms from Kasva. They're kind of cherry from everyone here. It's a team bonus. Italians might as well make them themselves. And now maybe the problem for JorDan's team is that the Savars are focused entirely up here near Chrissy Boo's base, and Chrissy Boo has reboomed. He's gotten to 159 vills, so he reboomed from that initial push. Everyone is back in the game and playing right now. Orange, yellow. Yeah, Shikso, I think, does need to sling a bit now. He's in imp, he can do it. I mean, he's just making skirms. It's not like he's really needing the most impactful economy for skirms. And we will have it, the Sipahi heavy cav archers here, just trying to defend however they can. Maybe attack the gunpowder units. Oh man, where is this trade going? They need to delete that market. Crocs noticed this trade heading there too. I get the feeling that Somero's team still has a bit of a lead. And they can start pushing these castles and these towers. Yeah, not slinging instead of buying it. Yeah, Shikso, I mean, wood to everyone. Wood to Niaz, wood to the Crocs. Send wood. Up. As we say that, he sent 6,000 wood. And he still has 5k left over to the Crocs. That is a bit of an over stockpiling of wood. Does he have all the upgrades for the towers? Keep is there, and spawn towers is in. Looks like he's got all the upgrades, other than town patrol. Vision not all that important on this map. Oh, he needs Parthian. Or are we? JorDan is Parthian. It's a lot of skirms from Stone, please, but still, it's skirms versus camel archers. Well, this castle will go down. What did I say, towers? I should cav archers. Let me just see towers. We have bombard towers. We have the town watch there. For some reason, I thought I saw a tower and I checked the tower upgrades, and my mind was like, "Oh, let's just check the cav archers." This game's been going on too long. Alright, an hour 13 in. Yeah, it feels like Somero's team... Oh, they're getting the Siege Onagers now, getting a couple of good shots on the Cav Archers. This JorDan, he has those upgrades. Yeah, now he's getting them. Alright. And then a cut in the north. There is a cut. There is a cut. And the Camel Archers, that's what they were Xing earlier. They're getting into the trade. Has this team noticed that castle there is so annoying for the Camel Archers? They can't quite stand where they want to, but they'll pick a good spot nevertheless. That is a great cut. And also there is a... Oh my gosh, Shikso just lost a Vill to a Tiger an hour and 14 minutes into the game, but he's getting a sneak workshop up in the area where he had managed to save a few Vills at that lumber camp. And right now, nothing here to clean the Camel Archers. Nia's in the trade now. Nia's in the trade now. He's been discovered, though. He's been discovered. And maybe find another spot to sit as a tower there goes up for Stone Please. Yeah, Stone Please trying to do those cheap Inca towers to cover the trade line. And Nia's not really going to have anywhere else to go. There'll be a market here for the Crux. I mean, if they cut and push here, they could start trading corner to corner this way. A couple of barracks for Shixos. What does he do? Fire Lancer Ram? Those lumber camps need to be reseeded. Those villas are walking several marathons. As now, well, JorDan and the Crocs have lost their base. So Nia's the only player in JorDan's team still with his initial base. So it's kind of 3 versus 5 right now. I guess the Crocs has this in terms of bases that are controlled. Oh man, this is so crazy. They have already almost fully moved across the map. That's a lot of siege onagers for Somero. Oh, he's just gonna go for the houses. He's gonna try to get Shixo housed. So skirm versus skirm now. Cav archers there. As the cannon push the skirms. That's a lot of siege onagers still. Trying to stop the hussars and the cav archers. That castle so close to going down. There are 6 villas repairing. It's on a hill, so that might be okay. The cav now from JorDan trying to get into the siege onagers. There are some halbs here from Somero. Still doing Celts. Just Celts things. Now, meanwhile, this champion push. Okay, Chinese champions, not fire lancers. Champions and rams. They need some siege rams. Chinese do indeed get siege ram. Yep. And I think they're gonna need siege rams here. The halb in this passage, some walling for both players in that passage. If you think Black Forest doesn't have enough passages, just make your own. Oh, do Condottieri get a bonus against Fire Lancers? Okay, if that's the case, then yeah, champions, definitely. I'll check. Can I select one? No, there's no. If I click one, I'll see if it's a gunpowder unit, remind me. Or if it has gunpowder armor. Yep, and here they come. Shixo still in his home base, saying, this is my house. Champions and Rams raiding. Saying you're the opposite pocket. Get out of my flank base. And oh, we got now a counterattack. Not down the passage, but just Savars. Savars now getting into the Crocs' eco here. These siege onagers don't feel like they're being stopped. Trade going down. Is it worth it to target the markets first? If there are a lot of markets, then the trade will be redirected. So I'm not exactly sure how much that benefits, and it might just be very situation dependent. And this push from Shixo has a bit of teeth to it, honestly, with those champions. Those vills are there. Oh, thank you for the cheer, Bookworm. As a young adult when AoE 1 was released, he played 1, 2, 3, and Myth. I have zero idea how you all play it like this, but it's fun to watch. Honestly, I have zero idea how Rage Forest is played like this. We'll have another raid in the trade there from Chrissy Boo, trying to get the Savars into the trade. But I think the trade here, maybe those houses need to be deleted from Shixo, but the trade for Team JorDan is looking pretty good. And, I mean, this is such a huge distraction now. 3 barracks and a workshop is still a vill there. Maybe he needs a town center for more vills. But now the Rams are going straight for the markets. Okay, this is where we can test our market hypothesis. Can they end the trade? There are a couple of melee pikemen there. Pushing into the Rams. I mean, certainly it'll stop trade cart production, which Gray still needs. The Stone Fleece does need these markets still. But the Rams are likely... taken down. So this trade looks smooth. Where is JorDan's team trading with? Okay, gosh, they have a traffic jam here. They need to delete that house and that lumber camp, and then onager this forest, and then clean this area up. Yeah, Pop is, I mean, JorDan still has significantly more vills, but Somero's team more military. Is it worth it to cut through the middle? I mean, why not at this point? Why not? So it feels that JorDan's team just has less map control for trade. They still do have a better score, like a much better score. Archers there take a Vil. As the Savaras come forward, they will push the Camel Archers. And the trade carts that are going down. So Camel Archers would love another trade raid, but I think Somero's team is, nice shot there, prepared to deal with them now a bit better than in the past. Are those also keeps for the Yanka? I don't think I've ever seen that yet, but this is the first time, I guess. So keeps for the Yanka that are discounted versus keeps for the Georgians that are spawn towers. Spawn towers, I think, win that. And the Siege Onager gets rid of that keep, too. The animation just collapses into dust. So what's going on here? The thing I'm seeing is there are buildings here and there. Shikso has lumber camps here and there in the back. So even though Somero's team has pushed and managed to come around the side, they still have been annoying with stuff in the back. And if you have to clean stuff in the back, you're not defending your trade in the front, as now JorDan's team is almost in their trade. And here, lots of bombard towers from the Turks. You can kind of just spam units now. Spam your hussars out. Bombard towers and cav archers to deal with the halbs. We'll have guilds for stone, please. You're there, taken down by the hussars. Hitting the workshop. That's a lot of champies. A lot of elite champy warriors now. Hit by the keeps. That's a lot of skirms. I want to see good Andre shot on the skirms. The skirms right now keeping the Camel Archers back. They were so close to the trade, but now they're getting pushed again. Feels like it's just skirm everywhere now. Man, what is this game? This is absolutely wild. This is an amazing tug of war. Hello, Petarded Fortress. That's a good name. Yeah, Skirm's best unit confirmed? I guess so. And we have 70 trade. What did the trade know? 70, 46, 87. 67. So 32, 35, 44, 72. 87 trade for the Crocs. That's crazy. Trying to rely on the Siege Onagers too. And so what's going on down here? Still a couple of hussars in the back, or light cav. The workshop has been cleared for Shikso. He's still there. There's no Vils down here. Okay, no Vils. But just a couple of cav. Oh, there is a Vil. There's still one sneak Vil for Shikso. Oh, wait, this is actually insane. There are 4 relics there for Kasva. If Shikso notices that, he can just do a workshop and ram push that and collect the relics for himself. Like, he's got Vils here. That would be insane if he noticed that. Yeah, I guess he could have gone Cavalier too. So can we see some good Siege Onager shots on the skirms? And rolling forward, and yes, they got a decent one. Got a decent shot. On the hill, they're trying to get to the trade again. They need to kill the Savars. Savars here just stop the push when the Onagers have to go back instead of forward. The Crocs will slowly but surely move forward with those spawn towers. As well, have a chance for a good shot. That was a good Onager shot. The south, Onager is here from Somero, still pushing. He wants to get good Onager shots himself too. We have champions for Shikso. I guess champions, maybe in the presence of the Halbs, are useful. But then there's also hand cannoneers. I mean, what do you prefer? Cavalier if you have to face Halbs, or champions if you have to face hand cannoneers? Part of me kind of thinks the Cavalier would be better. Chinese, did they miss anything? They missed Gambesons too. So, I mean, Niaz's base is being pushed now. What was his starting TC? I think JorDan's team is about to lose all of their bases. Like, the wall-off war was around here somewhere at the start, right? Like, I think these are the initial walls. So Niaz is holding on to about half of his base. What's over here? That's just a bit of a chopping point for Shikso. These camel archers are still insane. It's like this team's slowly but surely just buying more stone to get spawn towers forward. Oh, some Trebs and his own villas go down. So he's SO getting some shots. Savara's here to fight the Onagers. Savara's go down. And your shots over the heads of the Savars. Onagers hit the siege rams. They all go down. The camel archers are here, and we're getting back up to good camel archer numbers, but also to good Savara numbers. JorDan's team still maintains that 3k score lead, but now their trade is very threatened, and I think they have to move the trade up to here to go back and forth with this wood line. I think that maybe JorDan's team needs to cut to the corner for trade? I don't know, I mean, JorDan can't do that. He's the Turks. He needs his teammates to do it. Man, the trade must be getting very inefficient. I mean, we have 105 trade carts for the Crocs and more on the way. As he's just going to go full Onager and trade and then probably keep slinging. So the Halbs from the Crocs. Oh, this game is amazing. Ham's pushing the fortified church. Rarest occurrence. Yeah, no, the longer this goes, the later it gets for JorDan. But JorDan probably, like, he probably prepared and planned out his entire week around playing late. I mean, if they get to the trade, the problem is, like, this team doesn't need to trade in this direction. They could put their markets down here and trade from here to here. They have more trade options. JorDan's team runs out of space. And they have to pathfind 100 plus trade carts through here. Walls that are trying to stop raids. I don't know, I think Somero's team has it. What's my best guess for game length? 2 hours. 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 41 seconds. Savara's in the trade. I mean, they have so much trade, maybe that's okay. I mean, they'll just remake the trade. Yeah, markets everywhere. JorDan never spending res could spam towers. He did have a lot of towers earlier, right? Let's see, he has some stone. Oh my gosh, that's 19 siege onagers. And 9 bombard cannon. Feels like what JorDan would need, though, would be more bombard cannon rather than bombard towers so we can micro against the Italian cannon. Okay, standard wedge, good siege onager shots on the camel archers. Is Castle going to pick off some bombard cannon? Maybe some siege onagers that get too close. Tower is holding against the siege onagers, though. Now he's getting his cannon out. Now it's a Georgian castle, so I guess the team can go repair. What are the X's here? Oh my gosh, look at this trade. Look at it. How inefficient it has to be. Savara's getting a good jump on the camel archers. The onagers here. I think they need to get some towers up here just so they can protect the full area in front of the trade. And, oh, what is that? Oh, the monastery. Oh, I thought he had noticed it. He almost destroyed it with some light cav. But there are pikes there. Okay, he almost destroyed the monastery. Shiksa actually could chop and get to gold and stone again. I mean, that would actually be crazy if Shiksa were to just kind of destroy that monastery and then get 5 relics maybe hidden in the corner. Bombard cannon here from Chrissy pushing into the churches, into the towers. And, oh, those are good shots on the champions and on the rams. I don't even know what the colors are. There are cyan and green rams here on the grade side of the map. Oh, I think onagers hit their own camel archers a bit. It's a lot of champions, good onager shots. This is all about getting onager shots now. And if you can keep your units alive. Oh, but it's important to get onager shots and not misclick in the back. As all those onagers now are cleared, that's a lot of dead onagers and will open a path for the Savaras. The Savaras get right into the trade. There's some X's here, and that needs to be cleaned up and quickly. Maybe Niaz just needs to spam heavy camels. It's the Berbers in the south. I don't think there's much holding this push anymore. Those bombard towers inevitably are going to be destroyed. As the Savaras hit the trade now, and this might be it. This might be it for Team JorDan. And JorDan thinks so too. His team will call the GG. And in an amazing game, the teams swapped sides of the map. I think Kasfa and Somero, the only players with their original bases. JorDan's team ended up on Somero's side of the map. The capture age puts the scoreboard there initially. But Somero will hold on for the victory. Celts OP. Having the condottieri against the Turks is a crazy bonus. 1,667 kills for the Georgians. Spawn towers and siege onagers, OP. Most resources for Chrissy Boo is the Persians. Wow. It's sad when you have the score lead still, you gotta call it, but they're running out of map. How many buildings raised? I see buildings raised. Buildings raised. 374 buildings destroyed for Somero with the Celts and their siege onagers and rams. Somero says BRB, couple minutes. They need a break after that game. Let me just do an ad between the games and we'll check off the civs. Oof. Let me also overlay this. Win for Team Somero. And that was Celts, Persians, Italians. And what even was the final civ? I've completely forgotten the final civ. It was Inca. It was Inca. There you go. That was against the Turks, the Berbers, Slavs, and the Chinese. So remaining civs. JorDan still has Mongols, Japanese, Georgians, Vietnamese, Aztecs, Malians, Goths, and Mapuche. Somero still has Bohemians, Malay, Sicilians, Huns, Burmese, Way, Maya, and Tupi. Just Celt things. Just Celt things. That was insane. Also, thank you everyone for watching. Between Twitch and YouTube, we have around 450-ish viewers for that. So nice to have that here. Thanks also to Mem and Ornlu also for covering this. I think TaToH's streaming it too. Not Slavs, those are... Oh, Georgians, right. Georgians, not Slavs. Georgians. I thought Swan Tower and clicked Slav. They both have an S and a V in them. And an A. FreakinAndy, cool. So, I'm exhausted from that. We got 2 more games to go. So, what do we... I mean... Hun's clearly a pocket for Somero's team. Tupi and Maya gotta be flanks. Wei, I think, have to be a flank. Yeah, Malay usually a flank too, though. Burmese could be a pocket. I'd probably prefer that over Wei pocket. I don't know, it's for past JorDan's bedtime. Play with his eyes closed. I mean, I feel like I need a coffee myself. It's not even that late for me. Yeah, so Somero's team said he needed a minute, but looks like they're back in the lobby and getting ready to go. I'm sure JorDan will want to hurry things along. He's got to take care of his healthy sleep schedule. Yeah, something I don't have. Yeah, JorDan can play with his eyes closed. I'm sure TaToH has the ability. He can just like make the keyboard float in front of him and manage to play the game. By the time the set ends, it'll be time for JorDan to wake up. I mean, he was up at 5 AM the other day to play a set against Kingston, and Kingston didn't show up. So, honestly, maybe. Let's go in the lobby. Everyone's there. Alpha and Somero need to pick their teams. Stone, Please, and Chrissy B are ready to go. Looks like Loris will be coming on, so it'll be Crocs, Loris, JorDan, and Niaz. I'm not as familiar with Loris. He'll be coming on for Shikso. Turn a random last pick. No, chat. The last pick. There's only 1 Civ left. You can random it and it doesn't matter. There's 1 Civ. It's late for Shikso too, that's true. It must be late for everyone. These teams, this is an extension of the previous round. Where this was the only time they could find to get everyone together. Playing at a weird time for them. Great time for me, honestly, but weird time for them. Alright, everyone's picked their team now, and here we go. Time to launch. 11 PM isn't too late. That's true, not yet. I can still finish by midnight. Alright, just loading in. Loading in. And here we are. Boom. Alright, so JorDan's team will start. Keyword being start the game to the southwest. Somero's to the northeast. And players will resign. Why? Did someone fail to load in? Everyone just resigned. I didn't see why. Probably someone failed to load in. Get your thanks DEs in the chat. Alright. Thanks, DE. Yeah, this was a much faster game. So anyway, much faster game. Makes up for the first one. Get your thanks DEs in the chat. Get them ready. That's exactly what JorDan wants to deal with at this late hour. Players dropping so they have to restart. Average game length is perfectly normal. Only one SO Civ, the Sicilians. Bohemians kind of count as an SO Civ though, right? Mongols, Slavs, Aztecs, Malians, all for JorDan, so 4 SO Civs. I mean, that could even be... I didn't catch the civs they just played. That could have been 4 civs, right? Aztec, Malian flanks, Mongol, Slav pockets. Have 4 players go in SO. Yeah, looks like they're back in the lobby. For JorDan civs now. I mean, I still think they have really good... Their top row of 3 civs is great. Vietnamese, I think, are really good for JorDan. Goths can be interesting. Tupi, I think, are way too far at the end of the draft and should be ahead of Wei and Maya. Right, in the lobby once more, just waiting for Stone Please to pick team and color, it looks like. And second attempt at game 2. Yeah, I've been seeing people don't really like the 2P, but every time I've seen them, Blackwood Archers win. I think they've won every game, aside from Viper when he was the pocket. Yeah, I wonder if the Wei need to be played with Wei Guang rather than Tiger Cav. Yeah, good towers, too. Also tower bonus. You get into the Trush fight, you get housing space for the tower. That'd be way better. Alright, so now Somero will start the game with his team to the southwest, and JorDan's team ends up to the northeast. The flanks, it'll be 2 pawns per team. Stone Please has 2 pawns. 1... They're going to debate that pond, I think. Calls by Somero. I think they're going to have to maybe appeal to an admin to look at the fairness of the pond. I'm going to say the pond is maybe a bit forward. I don't know how the Rage Force community feels if this is a restart or not. Other than that, it would be, we can see the civs. Tupi and Burmese flanks with Bohemian and Hun pockets. So Bohemian is going to play the Siege Onager role from Somero, with Hufnitsa and Halb, and then Chrissy Boo will be the Huns for Paladins. And then Tupi flank, Burmese flank. Burmese can Monk Rush then. They can go Arambai, they can Elephant Push, lots of options. It's behind the choke point. Yeah, Somero asking if it's a re. He says potentially re with a question mark. So I think this is definitely an edge case of whether they would re or not. So I'm not sure who is adminning this one. Don't see any pings there. Loris is Slavs, they want to farm. I mean, and Aztecs too. But then Japanese. They kind of want a one pond map where JorDan has a pond. Arjun gives Re. Okay. So exactly what JorDan wants to see. It could have been JorDan docks this pond, and then Loris docks this pond. And it would have been very awkward for this team, because they kind of have one pond, but yeah, if Arjun Rees, then Arjun Rees. They appealed to the admin said Re. I know that they have... The Rage Forest community has had many people look at many generations and try to figure out whether they should be restarts or not. So, okay, since they have reading, I'll just do an ad as we get it redone. That's definitely an edge case. Definitely an edge case. Because it's too easy to contest. It's because it's so far forward that it becomes a bit unfair in that the numbers per team are kind of weird. It's kind of 1 versus 2 with a neutral pond. Is it 2 pawns for each team? The number of pawns per team is equal, but it can be random from 0 to 4. So each team can have 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4 pawns. We don't specifically balance them pocket versus flank numbers. It's equal per team, but when I talked to them a while ago, they didn't want to have it too equal. Yeah, it should be a 20% chance for each number of pond. Hey, JorDan loving the delays. Alright, so we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns this time. Team Somero to the west, Team JorDan to the east. 2 pawns for the flank for Niaz, 2 for the pocket there. And JorDan, at the very least, can take a pond. Now, this pond has a far enough choke point ahead of it. I don't think they're going to restart. But holy pawns. Now, we don't have 8 pawns. We had an 8 pond game the other day, where all 8 players had docks. And maybe, like, it was 9 docks, because there was also a forward one. So, forward walls here from Niaz, and it's important that he gets the walls in front of the pawns. Also, since he sees the Champy Scout is on the flank, he wants to attack the Champy Scout. And extra important that you don't give the 2P the option to do a forward castle and go Blackwood Archers. That's what they're strongest at. Just playing Cenotes. But JorDan is the Japanese, will nicely be able to dock the back of Niaz's base and take that pond. Over here, you imagine these 2 pawns are split up. Somero takes 1, and Chrissy Boo takes the other, so the pockets have pawns. And then the awkward thing here is for Loris as the Slavs, does he go and take this pond? He could if he wanted to, if the Crocs gets forward walls up. Now, those are some forward walls from Stone, please. And the Slavs are a farming civ anyway, so if they're going to skip the pond, it's not too bad for them. And as the Vil fight commences, ooh, the Crocs tried to wall himself in, but didn't quite get there in time. See, Stone Please will lose the Scout, so they got the Vil but killed the Scout. Xing on the other side, it looks like JorDan and Niaz will combo together to lame an elephant from Kasva. Get the elephant back towards Niaz's TC, as he'll probably think about docking soon. His base is cozy. Also can chop through and get to a relic at some point, so we'll get a relic there. But super forward walls from Chrissy Boo. Yeah, and with Chrissy Boo and Stone Please getting these walls, there is no way that Loris goes and docks this pond as the Slavs. That would just be a huge risk. Oh, don't block your own Vil! Ooh. Crocs, it's playing with fire there. Dangerous territory, sending that Vil around. Okay, all the rhinos under the TC. And laming. Wait, what? Oh, over the wall. Okay. Wait, what's that rhino there? I'm curious why there's a rhino right here. Where did that come from? Yeah, bro. Blood pressure increased. Was that just a group of 3 and he grabbed 2 of them? Maybe that was it. Anyway. Oh, wait, that's actually insane. He's gonna kill the rhino on the other side of the wall. And then he can't re-wall because the rhino will be in the way if he attacks that tile. Oh, that's actually really good for him if he just pushes there. And then later on, like, if he wants to go for a tower rush or something, the rhino will decay. He could do the tower forward. I think he got it in the... He needed to get it, like, right in between 2 walls, though, so it covers 2 tiles. It's actually crazy. I mean, yeah, you just build behind, but you can't build immediately behind. I don't know, does the rhino, maybe if you get it in the right spot, it could occupy this tile, too. So, I mean, super forward walls from Niaz. Stone Please does have the option of going forward and towering, and the response to the tower is usually to wall behind, but if you wall behind, you're giving up the space you would claimed by the forward wall. And the space there on the flank is going to matter a ton for the castle drop potential of the 2P. Of Castle going for Blackwood Archers. Yeah, and he's going Men-at-Arms, so his plan will probably be push these walls, get as forward as he can for another set of walls or for a tower war, and then his Blackwood Archer castle is more forward. Niaz is the Aztecs. Well, have great monks for the flank. And good economies, Japanese, Aztecs, and Slavs. And as the Japanese, JorDan will have a fish boom in the pond. And the downside, of course, being Loris thinking it's too risky to come here when we see Chrissy Boo with such forward walls already. So Kasva up in his Vil. What's he going to do? Going to shoot those rhinos over the wall? Still can't reach those, can it? I don't think so. Anyway, there's Kasva up to feudal. X is over here from Kasva 2. And it looks like the Crocs will work on wall on one side at least. And yeah, you can see that rhino is being annoying. I guess what you really need is a Jurchin player to kill it so that it doesn't decay. I guess the other player would then have to gather from it to start the decay. Okay, you could have some really crazy wall fights with Jurchins in that situation. Imagine you, like, killed it across a diagonal so you could have your Vil then reset the lack of decay. And then you just have to have the Vil there to prevent, like, the palisade. Oh yeah, we could get a really tricky situation there. Feels like he's a bit late sending those. Well, I mean, he's up to feudal, right? He needs to get up to feudal to go forward. He's trying to do a range. He's not going to do a man-at-arms push. It's just going to be towers and archers. Yeah, Niaz will do his best fat slob on this passage. So that he defends it as long as he can. And now that he's up to feudal, the palisades will be a bit more HP. Oh, what is that? We have the 250 out of 250 palisade. That doesn't have the finished percentage yet. That's a fun one. Is Capture Rate just rounding that differently than the game does? It might be. Check the game. Okay, yeah, it says 249 in-game. Let's check that. In-game, it'll take a second to load. It'll say 249 still. Or Capture Age rounds differently. Capture Age rounds instead of truncating. That was a weird scene change. Yeah, 10 pop space for the 2P tower now. Yeah, that is a random bonus, but towers and castles, extra pop space. This feels like a fine bonus to me. Not as weird or hacky as some other ones. And the Holy Palisade flags over here. As Chrissy Boo and the Crocs are gonna wall here. And the Crocs is maybe gonna wall his scout in. Actually, Chrissy Boo only has one Palisade there. He'll need to repair and maybe wall behind a bit. Up in stone walls here from Niaz. He is building them outside the range of the tower. But one thing, as I said, he does not want to happen is super forward 2P castle. He wants room to wall behind. As Chrissy move up to the feudal age. Walls coming up here for Kasva. There's a couple of archers who are forcing Chrissy Boo's vills back from the palisades, but we had a forward vill from Nia. Wait, where is the vill from Nia? Is the eagle's there? I think the vill was probably caught. If I check his... Is anything changing color on the map over here? No. Okay. So there was a sneak from Niaz. With all this walling, he somehow did get a sneak vill forward, too. As he stone walls. I wanted to go for a range. And, oh, JorDan. JorDan mistimed the wall. He doesn't have loom. I'm gonna wall his villain. What is JorDan doing here? Now, JorDan could keep the vill safe just by doing a gate right here. And that would go, or just a palisade there, then delete do one there before the lion runs around. That would keep him safe. And then deleted walls from the Crux. As he's gonna do what now? Stone walls, maybe? Is that Rhino corpse is still there? Yeah, stone walls to the top. And workshop plus monastery push for a stone, please. Now, the Crux does have an outpost, but hasn't seen that yet. And there you go. JorDan's scout clears the lion for his villager. And I think he needs to delete something to let the vill out, but he'll have to notice that. As he's now getting 2 more TCs. And Japanese fish boom as the pocket for JorDan. We'll have an archer luring a rhino for Kasva. Archer luring the rhino. As the eagle's still here for Niaz, could try to be annoying. And double monastery monk rush. It will be the Burmese flank monk rush, as now the archer brings the rhino into the TC. Almost there. Yeah, it's perfect due to the speed. There it goes, under the TC. 0 micro lure, that's amazing. Because remember, elephants, they have a faster speed when they're charging than they do when they're walking around. Same thing with wolves. That's why if you ever play that TTF racing scenario, you have to right-click this stuff for wolves to attack instead of running in a straight line. So Niaz, where's... Niaz is like, JorDan, take the elephants. That's a gift. I'm sending you the elephants. And he's just like, well, you didn't take them. I'll take them. Oh. He's taking him back to his own TC. No, JorDan didn't want him. It wasn't on his shopping list. So this would be a very hard person to get presents for, I guess. Well, take him back to his TC. He doesn't have vills under his own TC to shoot them. Honestly, he does kind of need them. Alright, that is nicely done from Niaz. Absolutely what he wanted there. He was actually, I guess JorDan just didn't want him. He's like, no, you take them. I'm the Japanese. I got a fish boom. I don't need boars. JorDan really is half asleep. Maybe it really is just too late for JorDan. Anyway, though, Castle Age is going to be here for Kasva. He has 11 vills on stone, so it won't be long before he gets the 2P castle drop. And then I'd imagine that Niaz and JorDan will want a wall around here. Probably do some fortified walls. Meanwhile, we have a monk rush on the other side. Stone, please. Going to push monks and a mangonel. We'll have archers from Kasva coming from the opposite flank over. Kasva actually not going for a castle right away. He's going to get 2 TCs in. And monk rush here will hit the pocket for the Crux, and this is why Loris didn't dock this pond. He's just going to boom as the Slavs. And double towers for the Crux, trying to throw them up as ASAP as possible. Mangonel comes in, though. There's one fire galley that could be annoying. Conversions attempted on it. And towers will not go up. Double castle, double tower, double Titanic. Oh, the Crux. Disaster for him. None of those Vills. Oh, man. I thought he put everything on one tower and would have finished, but no, that Mangonel was there too quickly. Vill's full HP now. Can the Mangonel hit them? And they're all very low. He's got one more shot on the weak ones, but the tower goes up. Better than one failed tower, two failed towers. So in the back, Lion chasing a Vil for JorDan. JorDan, who still doesn't have Loom. He'll try to trap the Lion. Will be successful. Runs into the corner at least. We'll get a couple more houses up. He's still fish booming. But so far, absolute disaster for the Crocs. He's doing a university. What's the university for? The monks are giving Stone Please a huge navy in this pond, and the Crocs is now struggling. He's very much struggling. We're seeing some X's. I think that's JorDan saying, we're going to go up and we're going to cut here. And we're going to do it as quickly as we can. Niaz with an archer. It actually would be sick if Niaz were just to amass 10 archers in that range. And then when the cut comes in, if someone needs to wall, he could snipe the walling Vils. But you can train more than 10, they just kind of plop out on top of the range and can't move. Unless the range is deleted. Should run Vils already. Let's see, we'll be light cav here from Loris. Well, what's crazy about Castle being able to help this is that the pocket doesn't need to invest. This is 100% a flank push. Lux for Stone, please. I'm going to try to get conversions. And yeah, it was a guard tower university. So here is actually the castle from Niaz. Castle from Niaz. And if you're the 2P, I guess you can afford to play simply Boom, try to get poison damage, and then fight Eagles and Imp. But I don't think you can fight Eagles in the Castle Age with the Blackwood Archers. And we're going to have a 51 Vil Imp from Niaz. As JorDan is up with workshops, and he's getting ready to push. He's getting ready to push, and he's going to hope that the Slav player maybe can go cav along with him. Awkward thing with Japanese and Slavs are both two halb civs. So you might be playing more into cav with the Slavs rather than siege. This wall about to go down. Stone Please will ram that. Good opening. You could see Boyars. I think usually you open Cavaliers, though. It's a bit easier to get to them since you need so many castles for the Boyars. And you want to do your unique tech detonates before doing the castles. Could be straight Boyars. I'd be impressed to see that when there are no castles yet, though. Loris might be staying Castle Age for a while still to try to help out the Crocs. Crocs might lose his TC. He's running Vils, but he's not running them towards his pocket. I don't know if that's safe. He's got 31 Vils now. Against 79 for the player who's rushing him. It doesn't feel good. Unless you were like already Imp with a bunch of map control, that does not feel good. You can see how Trebs sometimes miss buildings. And Loris here trying to keep the TC alive. Oh, under 100 HP, but he just gets the Mangonel in time. And now that is a lot of walls from Kasva. A lot of walls. Remember, he doesn't have fortified wall, just stone wall. And you'll just add more layers. So there is Onager on the way for JorDan. It'll be Onager or Hal for him, Yasama Towers. And his goal will be to cut. His goal will be to cut early. And then raid the pocket. Raid Chrissy Boo as the Huns. Try to get the Japanese Halbs into the Hun eco. Bohemians, I think, should be a good counter to the Japanese. But a couple of conversions, actually. Nia's going to fight with the converted Vils. Well, they don't really miss the castle so much as they hit the walls. They have 80% accuracy versus buildings. Missed shots will always hit the castle, though, unless there's something else to absorb it, which the walls do. So lots of stables here from Chrissy Boo, but JorDan is cutting. Now, Chrissy Boo, if he sees the cut, will he be able to wall it in time? And will JorDan have enough halbs in time to make the cut worth it? He's going. He's going, and as Niaz is pushing, he's going to cause some distraction from Somero. Try to do a watchtower to help the monks deal with the hand-cannoneers. There's Heresy's already in. Devotion and Heresy are both already in for Somero, recognizing what the Aztec monks can do. So JorDan is just about through. He sees the stables from that range, honestly. Niaz having the range there is insanely good. Here's the first Yasama tower as the halbs come forward. JorDan will need to get some barracks up so we can keep training halbs. It's a castle here from Loris, as JorDan has a huge score lead from the Japanese fish boom. And if he can take out a pocket, his team's still okay because neither of the flanks are dead. Overall vill count, Somero's team is up by 100. Imagine what Somero's saying to Chrissy right now. And this is kind of exactly what they want, I think. Halbs to counter the Huns right underneath the stables. What would actually be crazy is if JorDan could somehow get a vill to wall this. Or wall the passage somehow. He's doing more towers, getting more halbs. Their cavalier is on the way. Counter cut is going to make sure this passage is wide open and not wallable. As the Blackwood archers are there, 5 vills will want that tower so they can garrison. A lot of towers. There's keep. He'll keep on adding them. Meanwhile, all this TC from the Crocs getting mangonelled. The vills have to run. Vills have to run. We have the monks still shooting the walls there for Niaz, but there's a Hufnitsa here that should help defend. The Crocs is in a horrible position. He still has only 34 vills. There's most of that 100 vill difference there. But JorDan's in a decent spot for pushing. He's able to start taking out these stables. But the Hufnitsa come over. And now Somero with the Hufnitsa. That's something that can deal with Onager and something that can deal with the towers. And comboed with the hand cannoneers, the cavaliers will be unleashed from the stables. Right into a few halves, but not before picking off some of the siege. And it'll be 2 players cleaning this all up. And nice play from Somero. Not to worry about Niaz right now. Niaz might be able to come forward for a bit. But he realizes JorDan here is the real threat. I want to ensure the Hufnitsa are there to deal with it. And all of a sudden, since Somero is here, this is tricky for JorDan. If this has been a situation where Loris also could come here, if they had more numbers, then that'd be different, but... You're halbs fighting pikemen. So Loris feels like, I mean, having the same score as Stone Please when you're the pocket who's been booming doesn't feel great. Stone Please is up. And Trip goes down. Has the Hufnitsa taking out the towers. A few cannoneers have to run back. These next set of towers will go down too. It's another tower for JorDan. That tower is down. We'll have Rams pushing the siege workshop. The castle is up for Loris. I have a couple of monasteries over here still. They're getting rammed. As this keep will go down. Hello, Magnet Mood. Yeah, converting Blackwood archers. I guess you gotta convert them so they don't get their res back, right? And I think Somero has saved the day over here. JorDan's cut will be stopped. All the buildings destroyed. Had that been a 1v1 JorDan versus Chrissy Boo, that would have been horrible for Chrissy Boo. But thanks to the Bohemians, everything is fine. And now all of these walls, all of these stone walls from Kasva simply will hold until Hufnitsa can turn around. And now they just need someone to wall this up. They'll be fine. As Loris is kind of saving the Crocs on the side. Part of me thinks that this team now needs to sling the Crocs and get him back into the game. So he'll have 1, 2, 3 TCs there. He'll still have some fish traps. Probably get him up to at least 5 TCs, I think, so that he can get back in time. Blackwood Archers hit the Vills, but they get the wall up. Looks converting Blackwood Archers. At some point, Cosmo just deletes all this and needs to destroy stuff. Maybe getting close to that point. As JorDan's trying to cut again, nope, but your Cosmo deletes everything. Like you're cutting, we'll be ready to fight you. Mixing up there, as there will also be a cut from Stone, please. Trying to be aggressive. So cuts everywhere. JorDan cutting too. We have a slight pause. What is the pause? Paused by Somero. Hopefully he's back in a moment. What is the response to Hoofnitsa? I don't know. Honestly, I mean, it's always a tough question. If they had gotten, like, Mongols against the Bohemians to have Mangudai against the Hoofnitsa, that'd be one thing. Boyar, maybe Boyars? There aren't really Halbs over here, but Loris so far seems to be focusing on the other side. As we'll 1 FPS our way through some lag. And Blackwood Archers will kind of get devastated by these towers. What does JorDan have there? Arrow slits. Sama. He's got everything. But now the Hoofnitsa, they don't really care if their Blackwood Archers get destroyed. They'll just go and take out all the trebs with the Hoofnitsa shots. And the keeps. And hit the Vills. And that was suddenly a huge army to 0 army. As the cut has now allowed the Blackwood Archers for Cosmo to get in. Niaz, make a demo. Make a demo, please. Demos here on the Blackwood Archers. That would have been a thing years ago. How many Aztec Paladins do we have? 11 Aztec Paladins. Maybe Chrissy Boo needs to stop making Paladins. So how do the 11 Aztec Paladins do against the Blackwood Archers that could be walled in by that Vil from Niaz? They do excellent. There's 10 of the 11 right there. They're gonna get more Paladins. Niaz turned Aztecs into a Paladin civ. And X up here as Loris has been trying to push, but now it'll be Burmese champions against Slav champions. I think Drazina's better than the extra attack. But that'll always depend on the situation. 1v1, I guess the attack is better. Drazina is more of an effect in the group. We do have the Crocs up to Imp. He's at 70 Vil, so he'll contribute soon. Loris does want to push Chrissy Boo. Remember, Chrissy Boo could still go to the other side if need be. With all the walls, I wouldn't even mind seeing the Paladins head there. So Catapult Galleon now in the pond for Niaz. That's the new siege ship for that the Aztecs have. He should be over before he's able to contribute. I feel like it, but I feel like what would end it right now is if Chrissy Boo could just come over here with Paladins and clean everything. Boarding's on the way from that castle, but the castle goes down before it gets the HP upgrade. These are just champions so far. Burmese could do Arambais, but they need a good number before Arambais can fight champions. As this push continues, as a siege tower even, because why not? Why not add the siege tower? The Cavaliers are everywhere, and Niaz feels like 93 Vils, now the lowest on his team. He is just dead at this point. JorDan wanted a market there, but you won't get it. As the ram push continues, and Niaz is dying. At the same time, a couple of rams from Loris are pushing now into Stoneplease's castle. Croc's trying to do Cav Archers to deal with the Arambai. And I don't feel like Niaz is a base anymore. We just watch it crumble. These Hoofnitsa out there, turning this into the day of raining rocks in his base. Yeah, TC, everything goes down. And now the fish boom, the poor Japanese fish boom, exposed to the Blackbird archers. And we shall lament the fall of the fishing ships. And JorDan now, remember he was fishing, so he probably doesn't have a farm eco. How will he be able to reinforce this? He'll need to make some farms, because right now he has none. Yeah, I mean, clean play, very well done from Somero's team. Alright, well done from them. And they're still, I mean, they're holding here as Loris is trying to go for a slight push. There's a market back there that feels kind of vulnerable unnecessarily. Some healing here as a monk goes for a conversion on a champion. Onager down. Oh, Onagers could maybe... JorDan trying to play Onager now against the Blackbird archers could maybe get some shots off. I mean, those towers did make short work of the Blackbird archers. There's a lot of keeps still. Problem is the keeps did not protect his fish, and the Hoofnitsa here, wherever the Hoofnitsa are, the keeps will be destroyed. So it keeps going down. Somero's a really good RF player. I mean, he's like still a high-level player, but he's not like 2K8, 2K9 at the very top. Alright, ooh, cannon go down to the Trebs. Oh my gosh, the Treb shots. I've never seen Hoofnitsa die like that before. That was crazy. The Trebs might just do it. Let's see, the Hoofnitsa have time to turn and fight more. More Trebs going down, but fast packing Catapulto Trebs. Get out of there fast. Catapulto is nice. Now the Arambai numbers are starting to climb a bit. Get enough Arambai and then they should be able to deal with the infantry. They are elite too. That is a risky castle from Stone, please. Maybe a bit too far forward. Loris is pushing. I think JorDan's thinking as long as Loris isn't dead. As long as the other side's okay, they have a chance if they can reboom Niaz, who is up 64 Vils already. But there are the GGs. Niaz is a bit too dead, and Team Somero will go up 2-0. So, very nicely done from Team Somero. But now that I look at the game, I feel that they probably have the better civs for it with the Bohemians, and mostly because of the Bohemians. Niaz did some good pressure to Kasva, but Kasva was able to wall enough. JorDan, I mean, he had a strat, right? He had a strat that would counter the Huns, but not when Somero was free to come over with the Bohemians. 109,000 res collected, too, for the Bohemians. Yeah, 154 Vils, and they'll move faster, too. That was JorDan losing with the Japanese, Slavs, Aztecs, and Vietnamese. And Somero winning with the Bohemians, Huns, Burmese, and Tupi. That'll leave the last game, where Somero has Maya, Sicilians, Wei, and Malay. And JorDan has Mongols, Malians, Goths, and Mapuche. So I guess it's Mapuche, Malian flanks, Goth, Mongol pockets, and the Goths play the Paladin Civ role. Japanese lost again. That's true. They were beasting early on in the tournament, but now losing a couple of times. So next lobby, this will be the last one. Undoubtedly, JorDan wants to get it started quickly. Already there in the lobby. Remember, it's late for JorDan. 11:30 p.m. now. I'm sure it's well past his bedtime. JorDan can boom, his team wins, cheaper main die, and I imagine JorDan will be the Mongols player. $1,500 elo. Well, he plays Rage Force. He doesn't play 1v1s. A lot of good Rage Force players out there. If he were to sit down and play 1v1s, he'd definitely be higher than 1.5k. And he just doesn't play that ladder. Lost to Savvy in 1v1 Arabia. Alright, so everyone's in the lobby. Know the civs. And we'll see what JorDan can do with Mongols. Will Mongols now be enough? After an insane game 1, JorDan's team looked a bit lost in game 2. It will again be Loris instead of Shikso. And our final game for today. And I don't see any Rage Force on the schedule for tomorrow. But we'll probably have more as we get closer to the weekend. When even is the league? The schedule for that? Also, we had a lot of Casper fans in the YouTube chat. How's the timeline? August 10th. Oh, so it doesn't start this weekend. I Regicide Wumbles this weekend. And here we are. Somero's team starting to the west, JorDan's team to the east. It'll be 2 pawns per team. Opposite flanks have them for Stone Please's team. The same-sided pocket and flank have them over there. This might be a... Is this going to be a restart? Or they're going to play it? Sometimes they do restarts if the pocket's closer to the flank than the flank is. But I think they're just going to play this. It's a bit of an awkward passage to wall, but they'll figure it out. And passage right down the middle from blue to red across the map. Yeah, and the crux. Let's see what's going to happen there as the bear is going to attack the Vils. Up, and the bear is going to go for the other Vil. Alright, and now... That is uphill, so it takes a bit less damage. Crocs versus Kasva on one side. And on the other side is Stone Please runs into a bear. It'll be Stone Please versus Loris. JorDan and Niaz the pockets for his team. JorDan the Mongols, Niaz the Goths. Grizzly Boo Sicilians. And then Somero Malay as pockets. Malay could have a timing advantage over the Mongols. And I imagine Somero will probably be the player to come and dock his flank's pond. Honestly, JorDan's so far cut off, it's going to be hard to help anyone with the Mongols early. And another bear. Players really do like using their house foundations on those bears. And so what what are we thinking of the civs here? I don't think there's any civ on Somero's team that is as good as Mongols if it goes to the late game. But Malay certainly have a timing advantage. The Wei are a good Castle Age civ if they want to try to boom and fight early imp. Sicilians will be great late game. They have siege onagers. The Maya can be good late game too, even going plumed archers. Malians usually not that great of a late game civ. They have options, but all the options are not fully upgraded. Be the onagers, cannon, archer line, pikemen, even for remember cavaliers, not paladins. And the boar is there taking by the vills. X is everywhere. X is over here. This boar will be taken underneath the TC for Chrissy Boo. Xing is Somero, pick up a couple of cows and send them to Kaspa's TC, showing some teamwork. As another cow you can send over. That dock will go up. There'll be more X's up and down the middle. As JorDan's scout takes some hits. And lowers his scout at 1 HP. Still will be scouting. And helps its vills. So where you wall up and down the middle is crazy. Can really change things if you let your opposite flank get a wall on you and then you get hit by 1 to 4 players throughout the game. There's an X here, as it looks like the scout from Chrissy Boo will probably get hit by JorDan. Go down. Ooh, stops running for a second. Stops running for a second. Needs 2 more hits in the dark cage. And, alright, dock for Niaz in the far pond. They're saying, okay, JorDan, you are the Mongols. Take the pond near you. You have a good eco. Goss, yeah, we'll take the pond, but we'll walk a bit farther. Just trying to get JorDan to have the best Mongolian eco he can. Xing for Somero and for Kasva. Triple borers chasing the Vil. There'll be 1 hole there for them to get through. Okay, okay. Loris, please go for all 6. Please go for all 6. Oh no, he walled it out. He walled it out. Okay. Fail. Fail there. But you can keep going, keep going. Come on, you lost 1, get 1 back at least. Get 1 back, don't just take 2. Oh, he's trying. He failed though, he failed. Yeah, lure 6 and bring them to JorDan, right? Bring them to the Mongols player. Oh no, he might even lose the Vil. He only has 4 HP left. What was JorDan doing? JorDan wasn't blocking like with a scout like he needed to. Yeah, JorDan clearly is sleepy past his bedtime, right? Yeah, I know it definitely was a difficult scheduling for this set. Oh, you do appreciate the ability to have the games where both captains are on the teams and we don't have an admin loss or a missed schedule or anything. Saw him play Sleepy a few days back. He played like a 1200. Oh no. Well, he's got to hope Niaz can carry then. As these walls are still open, and we do have a fairly back wall for Kasva, so Niaz could maybe get a forward wall. But this passageway is kind of awkward, because if Niaz and the Crocs want to push, they got to go from opposite sides. More walls going up there for Kasva. Walls up for Niaz. And oh, is he going for the remaining boars? Okay, he is. He is. He's got a Vil on the minimap going for the boards. Everyone up to feudal. And what's going to happen over here? Or up here. Not seeing any attempted tower rushes or fights yet. This is... Is that open? No, there's a stone behind it. Yep, JorDan, he's going to use his own scout to block. He will, without loom, attempt to take those boars. I mean, Mongol's extra boars in a pond is nice. To be honest, though, I think you're right. Loris probably should have taken all 6 to JorDan. That would have been absolutely crazy. If you take all 6 of your boars to your pocket. Boar's chasing the Vil. So impressed they can lure like this. Yeah, and it's so close, right? It's such a small line of sight where you need to keep the boar inside and not let it get too far away, not let the boar get too close. He's almost back to the TC there. And he's got it. Not a single hit on the Vil. Beautifully done. Also, so much easier to do this in DE since you only need to shoot the boars once. Oh, looking at that hopping in and out to reload and shoot. Have some parallel reloading going on between the Vils and the TC. But anyway, lots of castle ages for everyone. The only one who's not up yet is Blue Kalsfa, who did fight quite a lot in the feudal age and is on stone, so he's probably looking for a spot to do more forward stone walls or maybe even a tower. Yeah, so Kalsfa trying to pressure. Somero now as the melee. Could add elephants behind this, but there is a tower there for Kalsfa. Still trying to fight Niaz. Niaz has a lot of room in this passage to re-wall should he need to. TaToH can do it without the scout. He'll only lose 3 fills max. Alright, so palisade wall going up. Right up to the castle age, and we'll have an additional 1, 2, 3 TCs for a total of 4 for Chrissy Boo. We'll have 1, 2, 3 TCs here for JorDan. Another TC here for the Crocs. TC to the side for Somero. Then we'll have a gate for Kasva. And a couple of TCs up for Somero. We'll have 1 TC here for Niaz. And Niaz, yeah, he still does have a fish boom. So, fish boom with the TCs. Should be able to do another one and sustain the eco. Save as that, he's the Goths too. So, having a good food eco, crucial for the Goths. And if he can keep the fish traps without needing farms, that buys himself a lot more space. So more stone walls going up for the Crocs. He's going to help. Well, the Crocs will be the one stone wall, since it is Niaz's the Goth's pocket. Maybe needs 1 stone wall behind the lumber camp. But it'll be additional forward towers here for Kasva. As he tries to push through the walls. We'll probably have to see more walling from the Crocs. Shouldn't be too big a problem for him as the flank. But you already have towers everywhere from Kasva. He's up to the castle age fairly slowly. As Niaz does another TC. But Niaz disrupted a bit, needing to worry about that Vil fight. You always kind of worry when it's your pocket who's being disrupted. I'm actually kind of surprised that Chrissy Boo didn't come take the pond here from Stone, please. I mean, he's a Sicilian, so he does have a good farming bonus. Where is it? The additional food for them every time they do a farm upgrade. So horse collar, heavy plow, crop rotation all buffed a bit. And then TC from the Crocs. He's like, okay, I don't want to idle my Vils. I'm going to need Vils here. I'll just do a TC here. Okay. As RF map is usually 4v4. What's harder, making one map that generates correctly, or making 4 individual maps that work for one size? It totally depends on how complex the map is. And sometimes you might design a map specifically for one size, and it doesn't make sense for other sizes. If you have a very simple map, getting it to work for 1v1s and for 4v4s might be no additional work. But usually when we do maps for tournaments, we try to have a higher standard than just that. But it all depends on what you want with the map and how random you want it. Rage Forest is a map where we have all the passages and the lakes, and the randomness for civs, so there's a lot of randomness involved in the way it's played. And getting the right balance between that and set maps can be tricky. So Mangonel's still pushing. And it'll be a Mangonel defense for the Crocs, as it's still flanks trying to defend while the pockets boom. I want to get the pockets a smooth boom. And hopefully they won't need any farms because they have the ponds. And if it's Stone Please on the flank booming, then Chrissy Boo maybe is behind the other two pockets in his boom. I mean, he still has a decent boom. Look at all those farms he's had to do. Another TC versus just fish traps in a lake. 22 fish traps versus 41 farms. He has a lot of wood to do this, but you have an insane boom from it. Yeah, look at that, 94 vills for JorDan. Well, if there was a map where you're hoping Mongols boom and then carry, JorDan has the fish boom he wants. The Goths? Goths, depending on the situation, can be scary or not scary. They have lots of units, but they don't have a power unit. Mongols are one of the scariest civs. Maybe the scariest if you get to fully upgraded Elite Mangudai Siege Onager. I mean, Bohemians and Celts both pretty scary too. No fills inside the TC, that's the handcart TC. So the Mangonel will just take out the vills. And get the Mangonel. Oh, that Mangonel's actually trapped. But, oh, nice micro. Nice micro there from the Crocs. To dodge Kalsva's Mangonel while he's trapped in this little tiny area. He'll need to Mangonel himself out somehow. Oh, there's a plume. One plumed archer did pick off a vill. And there will be a castle in the north from JorDan, so he's thinking of doing a somewhat forward castle, protecting his flank, and maybe putting himself in position to push in that direction. TC wasn't worth it at all. I was questioning it right from the start, and Kalsva able to castle drop it. As I'm hoping my power doesn't drop out, because I think I just saw my lights flicker. I don't know if you guys saw that. I've had a couple of very weird and brief power outages the past couple of days. The bear goes down, and the Mangonel can't quite get the plumes. Plumes will be plumes. They'll micro. They'll avoid the Mangonel, and they'll die. I mean, he did force a workshop in a castle there, right? But, like, walls probably could have done the same thing. Now JorDan will fortify wall. Yeah, JorDan going for the fortified wall. He says, nope, you shall not pass. He's gonna go double castle here as the Mongols. Don't worry, I'm sure your infrastructure is just crumbling. Sure about that, too. So barracks, mining camp, double castle. Stone, please, up to imp. And more fortified walls for JorDan. Gonna wall everything so there's no cut. Defensive castle for Chrissy Boo. His castle's in a spot where they're gonna protect the fish. They're gonna protect the pond. Knowing how far forward this cut is. Also, or that wall is. Also, they need to get to the trade. We'll have a bunch of stables from Somero as the Malay, and he's going to be going elephants. So one of the things that can counter Mongols would be Malay elephants. And Mongols really don't like fighting elephants because of all the HP they have, but the Malay elephants do not have the final 2 Pierce Armor upgrades. If JorDan gets enough Elite Mangudai, I think the Mangudai probably still win that fight. And now it's just, will the push be fast enough? Here come the elephants. And the traction trebs to cut. fortified walls from Loris. But he needs to get a bit more walling done to ensure that this doesn't get in, because traction trebs can cut around the sides. Needs to cut the sides. He's going for the vills first. Oh, what is the accuracy on these things? Hitting the vills. Pinpoint precision. Monk wants a conversion. That's a long way to convert, though. He needs block printing. And now JorDan going to be both sides. The Mangonel here to try to protect from the plumes. Mangonel hits the 2 vills from JorDan. They have to dodge. And I'll have more barracks here from Niaz as the Goths. And it will be Goths versus Maya. I mean, that should be a good matchup for the Goths, right? Late game. Let's go Huskarls. And then it's Somero going to the opposite side. So I think they are kind of on a bit of a timer here. Where they're waiting for Goths. We're hoping that the Goths aren't going to boom fast enough that they can push. But so far, so good for Loris doing what he's doing with the walls. Helping JorDan get to his Mongols boom. He's got now 8 Mangudais, and he needs more. JorDan selling wood. He needs more Mangudais. He's got elite Mangudai coming from home. Or not from home, from another castle in Niaz's base. And more walls going up, even a deleted workshop to make room for more walls. Oh, it's a lot of elephants and traction tribs. JorDan needs to get his Mangudai numbers up. Loris needs to keep wall, and Loris is just, he needs to send everything to wall. His entire village has to raise the walls right now. His, the Mangonel push getting stalled by a guard tower in the south. But he cannot let this army in. JorDan does not yet have Mangudai numbers. He only has 13. He's doing onager and masonry. He's got 3 castles pumping out elite Mangudai. He has a 4th castle on the way. A few more minutes and he'll have numbers to fight this. But he might not have a few more minutes. Loris needs to keep walling. And he's so close to the edge of the forest, I don't know if he can. Mangudai could try to snipe off traction trebs. Traction trebs maybe could clear the forest a bit. They're going to be donjons too, even from Chrissyboo. So Chrissyboo's going to join in on the action. 3 players pushing here. As the Crocs now has to push against Kasva in the south. I'll be Mapuche there. We'll let Niaz push. God, still really want to be pushing. We can go Halbs against the elephants. And here are the Mangudai just trying to survive. Now push the traction trebs now. Can't really hit them. They hit a cannon, but all of the siege onagers are there for Chrissyboo. The Mangudais go down. The Mangudais are down, and JorDan, who needed a good mass of Mangudai, he runs into siege onager shots. And there they go. Now we do have Halbs from Niaz as the Goths. We have camels from Loris as the Malians. Yeah, Malians don't like fighting this at all. No siege engineers to deal with the onagers. No Halbs to deal with the elephants. And that is now full siege onager production from Chrissyboo. And if the Crocs wants to push in the south, this push has to happen now. Oh, there you go. He's dodging a bit. Is that enough? That is a lot of siege. That's a lot of siege. The fortified walls struggling to contain it. Yeah, camels are not good against elephants. I don't know what else you do as Loris. I think Loris might just need to try to go siege. Like cannon, onager, yeah, it's not as good. At least it's something. We'll have the Huskarls here, but we kind of need Halbs. Mangudai! Oh, that is a good siege onager shot from Chrissyboo. JorDan, too late at night for him to micro. Oh, and how many Mangudais does he have now? He has 2. He has 2. Rip, goodbye, Team JorDan. The Goths trying to push the Maya, but that's not going to be enough. The Malay elephant call The perfect call here from Somero. Getting the timing right on the elephants. I still think if JorDan's fully boomed... I mean, yeah, they have 300 HP. No bloodlines. If he is fully boomed with no pierce armor on the elephants and you get 60 Mangudai, you're probably able to mow down the elephants. Especially if you get your own siege behind it, but this was too quick. The late eco's too good. The fight was too early. And all the Mangudai production will be stopped. Also, Mongols, no Halb. They lose their castles. Their best option against this is just to try to go siege. We would need... See, he does have drill. And he's going siege onager. Heavy Scorpion also an option against the elephants, but less so with the onagers behind it. The south, just players trepping walls. Nothing really going on there. Here's the engagement from the Halbs. And, oh, the camels getting onagered. Everything getting onagered. Good morning, Soxy. Any super long BF games today? Yeah, watch the first game of this set. That was a good one. JorDan desperation mode. Trying to save his onagers, trying to save his siege onagers. And onagers go down. Good hit on some traction trebs, but he needs more siege onagers. He does have the better siege onagers. Let's see, here in the south, the Goths are still trying to push. There'll be a forward castle for the Crocs. That is a lot of walls. Remember, the Maya have cheaper walls as a team bonus, and Caspa will ensure every tile of the map has a wall on it. He'll protect Somero's fish. He will protect Somero's Malay fish boom. There are donjons coming forward from Chrissy Boo. This push is insane. Yeah, JorDan playing Mongol Pocket like the good old days. That's more Mongol Pocket on Arabia. JorDan, one of those first players who ever would go scouts from the Pocket on Arabia. Back when it was FC Knights every game. What is that? That's 13 siege onagers. JorDan's got 6. Ooh, they're bunching up. Bunching up. I mean, maybe a good siege onager shot could change the game. Well, that would have to be a really good one. Oh my god, look at all these projectiles. The Bolus Riders are here. The Crocs is coming over here. Crocs is sending Konas across the map to get to the north. And Caspa's doing even more walls. With a full rainbow here from JorDan's team now. Well, Caspa not really contributing, but he's going Elite Eagle Warrior now. And maybe, just maybe, they're holding somehow. I mean, JorDan's team does have 100 extra vills. Maybe Mangudai just weren't the option for him and he needed the siege onager the whole time. JorDan, 178 eco, 109 bills, 25 trade cards, 44 fishing ships, 22 trade queued. And maybe he just needs more onagers. Kill a few bills, get the onagers. You don't actually need food now if you have all your upgrades to the Mongols. If you go in Mangudai onager, it's just wood and gold. So you don't actually need the fish traps anymore. You shouldn't have a single farm. Yeah, 108 lumber. Yeah, look at all the food he's floating too. That needs to be slung to a teammate. From the fish boom. Yeah, that's the downside of the Mongol fish boom. You might have a pond filled with docks, but then you don't need the food. You kind of want the pop space. Oh, those elephants are crazy. There are so many of them. Oh my gosh, what is it? 54 elephants? I don't think the Halbs will hold up to that. He's engaging, he's taking the fight. The Halbs are gonna melt. He's pulling back even. I don't know, all the plumes are here. Both teams on this side. We have the 8-player full rainbow fight. The siege onagers are there for JorDan. The siege onagers are there. Maybe, just maybe, he gets enough siege onagers out. He's not limited by the castles anymore. The hussars from Loris, the light cav, the Fernba light cav. Don't think they'll provide much value. Donjons are coming forward for Chrissy Boo. That'll make it harder for JorDan to use the siege onagers. And need his teammates to get some trebs out. Should have bombard cannon. I think he's trying. A couple. 84 elephants in the game. These Malay elephants are cheap. If there's anything Somero could do, it's to send Vills for forward stables. Once the Malay get started, I don't think there's any stopping their elephant spam if they have a fish trap economy. Eagles all going down to mangonels. And now, what do we have here? We have the Elite Tiger Cav. Elite Tiger Cav from Stone Please. There's just nothing happening in the south. Dakona's trying to push. It's just castles in a Treb War. Treb War is not opening the walls. Maybe petards? Get through the walls would be what you want to do? And there are still eagles here. How many traction trebs is that? 23 traction trebs. 23? I think JorDan just onagering wherever. Oh, man, this game is amazing. Oh yeah, where's the hero unit? Is he here? Oh, right there. What does that hero do? Increases the attack speed of nearby units. I don't think that anyone remembers him. Would it increase the attack speed of the traction trebs? Are they close enough to him to be... Oh, there he goes. Attacking faster because of him? Sling the Goths. Yeah, send your food to Niaz. Niaz needs the food, JorDan. He needs the wood. That's also a communication thing, right? Niaz needs to say he needs res, and JorDan has to say he's floating. Pretty simple communication thing, too. I mean, if Niaz were 200 pop consistently, it'd be better fights at least. Don't know if they'd win, but at least it'd be better. And his fish are here. He's gonna have a couple of Dromans. Yeah, he definitely should be slinging a bit. He does have 57 trade. Oh, there is a cut, but a cut into more fortified wall. Oh, those are some dead Vills. Oh, what is that attack sound? The Crocs was trying to cut through, but Kaspa there with the Eagles. And now the Halbs come over. That passage still is open, but Kaspa is still stone-walled. Now the pressure stymied by a single stone wall. As the fish start to go down. Yeah, I mean, Neos would be 210 pop if JorDan would sling him, right? I mean, I don't know if that changes the game at all, but it certainly would be easier if the Goth player had more units. He could always give up his pond for Neos, but now as the elephants close in and the drill onagers have to run away from them. Are the elephants faster than the onagers? Yeah, slightly faster. And Neos buying food. As the Trebs take down the docks. And there goes Niaz's fish boom, and that is right now, how much? 26 fishing ships, 38 fish traps that the Goths no longer have. He was already struggling on food. And JorDan doesn't have much on food himself, but Niaz needed it. He's now getting a stockpile. I think a bit too late, as we're now 5 bases versus 3. And just about into the trade and just about into the second pond for the fish. Eric's just melted. Don't play from my bed. I know this is late for JorDan. But honestly, that first game they played was crazy, and now I mean they're almost an hour in. JorDan's just probably relishing the. Oh wait, they chopped the edge. They chopped the edge for trade. The late night gameplay, and now there's another cut. There's a cut from, or actually just Kalspa going down the cut that the Crocs had made. The Crocs just trying to wall this up, protect the trade on this side. I mean, they will have a great trade line. There's a trade line against the edge of the map where they have maybe a third of the map left. Oh my gosh, look at this military elephants, traction tribes, siege onagers. That works. JorDan trying to reamass some Mangudais. I mean, Mongols are very slow to get going, and Somero did not give him any time to do so. Oh my gosh, 23 traction tribes. I mean, they even struggle to push buildings. Look at that, it takes like 3 volleys to destroy a castle. So bad at attacking buildings. Look at that, it's still standing, 279, 19, there it goes. Hero is dead, the hero is dead. I don't think the hero really matters in Rage Forest. So market's deleted. Is this team gonna try to run still? Now the Elite Tiger Cav are forward. JorDan, no castles, or 1 castle left. Is it how to wind down after a competitive game? Maybe you can just go straight to bed afterwards. There's hoardings for stone, please. And the scores are still oddly somewhat close. It's not like it's a 5K score. But I think we're seeing just how good Sicilians can be. Elite Sergeants, Don Johns, and Siege Onagers. I'm straight to bed, but don't know if you can fall asleep quickly. Oh, the trip's going for the castle. And that'll go down. So now they're losing JorDan's base. JorDan trying to do a castle in the trade. They're thinking about the games. I don't know, when it's Rage Forest like this, I think you can just go straight to sleep. Kalspa even pushing now the castle from the Crocs. I mean, one of the keys to the game was Kalspa walling, so we didn't have to fight Maya versus Goths where Niaz was the pocket. Maybe JorDan did his initial castles a bit too far forward, needed them more in the back. But I mean, I don't think Mangudai even deal with this. Did I forget Double Bit Axe? I think everyone has eco upgrades, aside from the fish booming players missing the fishing techs, and then also Kalspa missing 2-man saw. That'll hurt an hour into a game, when you have as many lumberjacks as you do in Black Forest. Well, the trade here, just about to be completely dead and cut off. Oh, the Onager shots raining upon the Halbs. Some Kona's on the way. I think they're just gonna die. I think everything's just gonna die if they try to fight this. Look how speedy those onagers are. We're taken down by the elephants. And, oh, there is the trade. They are right there to cutting it off. And JorDan getting brutalized. Yeah, they're still playing on. Still playing on. There are the GGs. And Team Somero will get a clean sweep 3-0. Well, congrats to Team Somero. That first game was crazy. We've had some really nice games so far this tournament. That first game where they're rotating around the map was insane. That's 1,308 kills for Chrissy Boo with those siege onagers. Great play from Somero going for the Malay Elephants. JorDan, 551 kills, but couldn't quite get the Mangadai going in time. And then still the most eco of his team, of anyone in the game, actually. Probably needed to be slinging the Goths. I don't know if it was over at that point, but needed to be slinging the Goths. Andy versus TaToH coming up. That happened already. That was earlier today, if you want to go watch the VOD. So, that will be one more checking off of the civs. That'll be the last set for today, but keep an eye out in case we have more. Yeah, Akaspa MVP hold, right? So everyone can go to the one side. We had 8 players fighting on one side. This looks just like the benchmark test. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all for the support for Rage Forest. Got some donations and bits and stuff today too. Thank you for that. Go find someone to raid. Ooh, how about we raid Emu? Thank you very much, Monotonics, for monotonically increasing the follower count. Or strictly increasing it, more like. Anyway, thank you all for watching. We'll end on YouTube and we'll raid Emu on Twitch. And I'll see you later. Keep an eye out for more